Oh ho ho ho. Hello everybody. I hope you're all having an excellent Saturday evening. It's time for one of our patented Fate Stay Saturday. I almost said Sate Stay Saturdays. It's not all of them. We can't be S-ing all the time. In fact, I have a de-esser, so my S's do not sound so harsh. I am excited. It's more story time, that's right. Welcome back to story time. Circle around the story time circle, you little gays. I don't know. I don't know quite what I'm picturing here. Hello, Swiner Head, and also Manos and Gotetsu. I hope everybody is having an amazing evening. I'm very excited to read more Fate. You got addicted to Doom mods again? Many such cases. I should check out some classic WoDs someday. I have not waded into the WoD swamp very much. But I know there's a lot of really good ones. I know there's quite a lot of popular ones that are really cool. I think it would be fun to do like a stream where I like take suggestions for Doom WoDs or something. I think that would be a fun stream, is where I just make like a Google sheet and people can like suggest WoDs I should play, right? Like it'd be like a showcase or something where I'll just play each one for like, I don't know, 20-30 minutes or something. I think that would be really fun. I think that's a fun idea. I'll put that one on the back burner. That'll be one to do eventually. I haven't been playing many shooters recently. I really like classic, like, old school shooters. Yeah, everybody knows about My House. My House is the one that, like, broke into the mainstream. And it is pretty cool. You know, especially if you're like me and read books. Like, it just recreates a whole part from the book House of Leaves, which was pretty neat. I love that book. That's one of my favorite books. Big House of Leaves fan here. But yeah, I think that would be a fun stream, just doing some Doom WoD suggestions. I haven't, like, I was about to say, I really like classic shooters, right? Like, I am actually a huge boomer about boomer shooters. I think, I'm like, I like you, Halo, but I'll never forgive you for what you did. I'll never forgive you for what you did to shooters, Halo, even though you're good. I'm just saying. Sure, Half-Life and Half-Life 2 especially basically created the idea of the linear cinematic shooter, but like Gordon Freeman can carry like 9 guns at once. What's your excuse, John Halo? Why do you only carry 2? You've never actually read House of Leaves? Oh, I adore that book. I am kind of admir. Let me try that again. I kind of admire anything that like toys with format the way House of Leaves does. I really enjoy messing around with like format and you know, treating the book itself as like an artistic medium. I think is really fascinating. I think that was it's a really cool book. Mr. Chief forgot to equip a backpack. That's true. Yeah. I don't know. That would be a fun stream. Just some Doom WoD suggestions. Like maybe I do a stream specifically for like Doom 1 WoDs and then one for Doom 2 WoDs. I think that would be neat. I feel like My House is pretty overplayed at this point, so I'd want some stuff that's more obscure. But I haven't played that many WoDs in the first place, so like, I guess I'd want all the classics too. You saw an Evil Dead Doom mod? I think I've heard of that one too. There's a lot of classic, like, really cool mods. There's a lot of really cool mods. Like, even ones that are, like, closer to the time Doom actually released. Like, people with the tools back then were already doing crazy things and full conversions and stuff. Really fascinating stuff. So yeah, I think that would be a fun stream. And yeah, I'll keep that one on the back burner. I have some ideas for streams I want to get to, but after I do some updating to the stream layout and such. I think that would be a fun idea. But did you remember the name you suggested for channel points? I do now that you say it. I have to implement that as well. I have to implement that. Thank you for reminding me. Maybe I can just do it right now before I forget again. There, I can probably do more with that. I can probably like change the. I could probably like come up with an icon border or something. But there you go. It's rose gold. That's what the name of our channel points is now. There you go. Enjoy. I don't know if that update is gonna be. I don't know if that update's gonna be like immediately available. But have fun. Have fun with that, kiddies. Anyways, we're not here to talk about Doom mods. We're here to read. We're here to do the opposite of shooting, reading. And as they say, the pen is mightier than the sword. Unless your sword is Excalibur, then probably not. Probably not if the sword is Excalibur. I feel like that sword could beat a lot of pens. Let me get this up. I'm gonna change places. Change places. And we are going to lower the monitor. And we will say goodbye to the playlist for now. Because we have to read more Fate. Of course, I can't be forgetting. Can't be forgetting my glasses. There we go. I'm reading. I'm ready to read. I'm excited. I'm excited to read. Yes, my glasses are quite sexy. True. No, I don't need to see the anime yet. Sorry, I was just getting stuff ready. Okay, yeah, we can just hit that continue button. Where are we? February 6th. Ghost Waltz. Okay. We're waltzing with the ghosts today, actually, I guess. Oh, I forgot. Hang on. I gotta resize this. I forgot. I had to make my game capture a weird size for the PSP ratio yesterday when we were playing Brandish. I have to fix it. It's cutting off a bunch of stuff. Let's fix it. There we go. Okay. There we go. You can see all of these swords. You can see many of the swords. We've been seeing this picture a lot. Many swords. Make sure I've got this set up right. Okay. All right. Ora. Ore. When I come to my senses, I realize I'm in a fantastical place. An endless barren land as far as the eye can see. The unceasing wind blows golden sand into my eyes. There I stand, my mind blank, amidst it all. I feel no reason for confusion or panic. I know this scenery. I've had a dream of this before. So this must also be a dream. I'm lucid enough to simply wait for the end. You'll mind if I get red? A strange feeling suddenly runs up my arm. The sound of metal clanking. When I roll up my sleeve, there's my arm. Oh yeah, this was I remember we had a premonition of this in the Fate route. What if if you love swords so much, why don't you become them? My arm is now made of blades. Scary. I jump up from my bed. Before I realize that I'm in my room, I check my right arm. It's fine. My right arm is normal. It doesn't feel hard like metal, nor has it become blades. I sigh in relief. I don't know why I had a dream like that, but it might have to do with the fact that I made a contract with Saber. Yeah, if you make a contract with white women, you turn into swords. It's before 6 a.m. Even though Sakura isn't here starting from today, there's still Saber and Fujine. It's late to start preparing breakfast for the three of us, even now. I make my way to the living room, trying not to make any sound. I pause and try to figure out how they're doing on the other side of the sliding door. I hear Fujine's restless snoring and Saber's even breathing. My guard must have gone down as thoughts of what it must look like in there flitter in. I hide my blushing face with my hands and breathe in the cold air from outside. Thought about women for 1 second again. I shake my head and walk away. But I don't think it's good for my mental health to have girls sleeping under the same roof as me after all. He just can't handle it. Just can't handle the thought of girls being within a mile of him. What a freak. Can you fucking keep it together for like 1 minute? Fujine bows and heads to school. There's still 30 minutes. I'm already done cleaning up, so I should fulfill yesterday's agreement. The wounds from the slash at my shoulder and from when I fell down the stairs have completely healed. On top of that, I have some time, so I train with Saber first thing in the morning. The sounds of our practice swords echo. The clashing of bamboo makes a pleasant sound. Learning by watching others cannot be underestimated. Just picturing an example before I grip my sword makes it a lot lighter and easier to use. It's like shorts. As usual, Saber repels my attacks without losing her breath. But is something wrong with her this morning? Until yesterday, I would have lost my consciousness the moment I got parried, but I'm able to manage her counterattacks today. Well, when I say manage, I mean I can avoid the worst case scenario, where my vision goes completely white, even if her counterattacks are still effective. I put down my bamboo sword and breathe out the heat built up in my lungs. The clock is already pointing at 8 a.m. Before I knew it, an hour had passed since I started training with Saber. Since my body was able to react better to Saber's sword, and probably also because she didn't seem to have it in her, it was easy to get carried away and lose track of time. This is like fighting game. Saber nods. Well, it doesn't seem like flattery, and Saber isn't the type to say those kind of things to start with. It's all those swords in your body. It makes you better at sword. Yeah, exactly. You just got good.
型に無駄がなくなりました。シロウはもともと体は出来上がっていますから、適した剣筋を身につければ、それだけで一段階上の剣士になれるのです。
You just gotta apply yourself a little.
型に無駄がなくなった。
Come to think of it, my body did move well this morning. It seems as though my sword parried sabers on its own, even though I couldn't consciously react to it.
単にあいつの真似をしただけなんだけど。
やはりそうでしたか。私に指示すると言っておいて、アーチャーの剣
I
筋を
mean,
手本にし
you're
たば
still
かりです。
it's probably still fine to learn from her. Even if you're stealing Archer's moves, aren't you?
そういうの。
当然です。もともとシロウには基本的な型がありません
You
でし
didn't
た。
know how to fucking do this shit at
それ
the
に
beginning.
筋が一つ通れば、誰が
He's
見ても
cheating on her. This is pretty gay. Stealing another man's sword techniques, not very heterosexual.
あいつといたから頭にこびりついたっていうか。
They are treating it like he's cheating on her. That's funny.
いいえ、私に断らずとも結構です。シロウが強くなる分には
Another really good saber
私も文
face.
句はありませんから。
That's a really good one. Liar. What's with that obviously dissatisfied
だ
face?
からすまなかったって。それにな、セイバーを手本にするって言っても、俺にはセイバーがどうやって反撃してくるのか見えないんだぞ。体格も違うし、手本にするのは無理があるだろう。
なかなかに正論です。では、
Wow.
私はあくまで
She's so mad about it.
ことですね。
I didn't think she'd be so mad about it. Yeesh. I feel like I just dug myself into a deeper hole.
この件について追求するの
Let's. Why does Archer call you baby girl? Let's stop talking for a while.
とにかく少しは俺だって戦えるようになったってのは確かなんだから。
何を言うのです。確かにシロウの技量は上がりましたが、それはあくまで最低限戦い。
Listen, you still suck.
私やアーチャー、バーサーカーと向き合えるものではないのですから、間違っても単独で戦闘など挑まないでください。
Listen, you don't get a big head. You'd still get your ass beat. Saber is firm. It feels like a mentor reprimanding their cocky student, which makes me break into a smile. Well, having such a cute mentor is oddly amusing. I get to school over an hour late. The hallway is crowded with students between classes. It seems like 2C also finished class just now, as many familiar faces file out.
いや、お疲れ。なんか知らねえけど、タイガー怒ってたぜ。
Uh-oh,
4
she's
次元目
angry.
は覚悟しとけとさ。
そうか。今日の授業、英語があったっけ？
The tiger has been awakened. My classmates tell me the very thing I don't want to hear. The moment I sluggishly put my hand on the door. Oh, it's that fucking scary teacher again. The history teacher comes out.
おはようございます、先生。
遅刻かエミヤ。今日の授業は試験範囲を確認したものだ。後で友人にきちんと聞いておくように。
はい。
Why does this teacher have such a scary face? What's his problem? Kuzuki nods and leaves. Soichiro Kuzuki is the ironclad teacher that teaches world history and ethics. He's also in charge of the student council. Though he's a terse talker like that, he's kind of a rarity in this school where his popularity grows as people come to know him. He's actually really nice.
おはよ
That teacher seems like he'd be into looks maxing. What makes you say that? I don't think he's hitting himself with a hammer. I make my way to my desk and greet people as I go. It's a little embarrassing to show up late like this.
いやあ、随分と遅い
Oh,
到着だね。
brother! This fucking guy. Someone greets me, so I turn around. There. I've had enough of this loser. Can we break his arm again? It's Shinji, strangely all smile.
う。シンジ。どうしたんだよ。お前、どっか変だぞ。
Choke him out again, Shirou. I liked that.
寝不足か？
I tell him my honest opinion. He gets really mad about it. For a moment he scowls, then his smile returns. Shinji was strange yesterday, but that doesn't even compare with this morning.
シンジ、 お前まさか襲われたのか。バカだから言っただろう。戦わないなら家で身を守っているべ
You
きだ
saw
って。
somebody in a separate Discord server making fun of Shinji? Well, he does suck. So he deserves
うる
mockery.
さいな。何偉そうな口聞いてるんだよ。お前。
シンジ。
何？それとも遠坂と仲良くやっていい気になってんの？勘違いするなよな。
You're really making up a guy
手を
here.
組んだところでお前が強いってわけじゃない。強いサーバントを手に入れて嬉しいのはわかる。
He's really making up a guy here.
思い上がるのはみっともないよ。
Shinji glares back at me. Now it seems like he's lost all composure, which is really unlike him.
まあいい。君が来てくれて
What is this guy's fucking problem?
ほら、エミヤが来ないんじゃさ。
What's
面
his
白みに欠けるだろ。
what's his problem? Just like in general. That must be all he wanted to say as he goes back to his seat, chuckling. Shinji, can you act a little bit less like a school shooter? It's lunch break and the classroom gets louder.
あれ一世のやつもう出て行きやがった。
He must have gone to the student council room again to go nap. I made lunch again, so I would like to avoid eating in the classroom. The guys in the class are making a commotion.
おいどうした？何かあったのか？
The boys are huddled in a secret meeting and look at me suspiciously.
何かあったではござらん。それ、教室の外を見てみるがよい。ただしこっそり。
Why are you talking like this? Why do you have such weird syntax all of a sudden? Goto must have been watching some kind of period drama last night. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me. The way he's talking. Yeah, he's talking like he's from the fucking Edo period over here. There. Outside the classroom in the hallway, someone's acting even more suspiciously than Goto. You're looking very shifty.
うちのクラスに何か言おうかな。
間違いござらん。先ほどから盗み見ていたが、あちらも同様の草っぷり。さりげなく、しかし大胆に我ら
Why are you talking like this, faceless classmate? Like, what is this bit?
今ので8回
Is this gonna lead to anything, or is it just like a weird joke?
だよな。こうなると偶然じゃねえ。つうかさ、なんか目つき悪くねえか？遠坂さんもっとこう。
What an odd bit. Everybody's got that one friend in high school who suddenly starts talking for like he's from the Edo period, I guess.
お前もそう思う。こう通りがかるたびに目尻が上がってんだよな。近寄りがたくなってく一方だ。ありゃイライラしてるね。なんか気に食わないことでも。
I would not say that around her. I would not be talking like that around Ren. She can probably hear you.
こう誕生日にこっそりプレゼントを仕掛けておいたのに、送られたやつは1年経っても気づかないんで、もうブチ切れ寸前といったところであろう。
後藤ってさ、時々すごい表現するよな。
Dude, can you stop talking like that?
何？お前前世は軍師か何か？
The guys are saying whatever they want. I timidly look out to the hallway again. What is this Goto guy's deal? Why is he talking like that? She's pissed. I don't know what she's pissed at, but I feel like Goto's guess is right. So, what should I do? These are really excellent choices. She's after me. I'll obediently go outside. She's after me. I don't want to die, so I'll keep quiet. Who is she after? I don't know, so I'll play dumb. These are really good choices. I don't know what's going on, but this is a really good bit. I'll go with that middle one. She definitely wants something from Shirou, but I'm not gonna say it. I don't know what will happen to me if I go out into that hallway. It goes without saying that Tosaka's up to something, but if I'm seen him talking with 2A's idol, I'll be singled out by all the guys in the class.
むしむし気づかないふり気づかないふり。
I get my lunch out of my desk. It's dangerous to eat here, but it's even more dangerous to go out into the hallway and get caught by Tosaka. I'm going to stay in this classroom for the duration of lunch. Tosaka doesn't have the means to break through the solid rampart of the lunchtime classroom.
あれ遠坂さん A 組に戻って行っちゃったぞ。
なんだよ、結局理由は分か
It's like a
らない
fucking
か
horror game where you gotta hide from the creature.
まあ案外ただの散歩かもな。ほら遠坂って時々突拍子もない行動するらしいじゃん。交際しろって迫ってきた3年を振るのに屋上で飛び降り寸前まで行ったって話。
Yeah, her vision is based on movement.
違うって3年に飛び降りさせる寸前だろ。フェンス乗り越えてさ、屋上の端で立ったまま1日付き合ってくれたら付き合っていいってやつ。
I think you're making this stuff up. I think this is bullshit.
でもさ、なんでそんなことしたんだろうな。
This seems like something you just made up.
嫌なら嫌っていうタイプらしいじゃん、遠坂さん。
ああ、それでござるか。遠坂殿曰く吊り橋の上の恋愛理論だとか。とりあえず好きになれそうにないので緊迫状態で1日過ごせば恋愛感情が
What are you fucking talking about? Yeah, you're just saying shit. Can you get your fucking act together? I pause as I open my lunch. I didn't know Tosaka had such a legend. Alright, I need to be careful when I go to the rooftop with her from now on. Don't buy this shit. Don't buy what they're saying, idiot.
けどなんかこう違くね。さっきまではさっきだってたけど、今はこう寒気がするぐらい涼しげっていうか。
天使の笑顔でござるな。あれはもうあんたがそう出るならこっちも容赦しない。私開き直ったわという。
You might be in danger now, Shirou. I feel a terrible chill. Saber's training seems to be paying dividends as my danger sense is sharper. My Shirou senses are tingling. I peek into the hallway. There is Tosaka, smiling, holding an eraser she must have got from her class. In an instant... Bonk. You just got owned, kid. Said eraser smashes directly into my forehead. What does that even mean? Ninpo! Goto and the others make a commotion over it. I've fallen, chair and all. The others surround me and offer help, though they look at me with anxious, no, excited eyes. Oops. Yeah, the way it, the funny editing and transitions in this is pretty entertaining. She fucking hit him so hard with an eraser he flipped. Goto requests that I teach him how to do it. Well, there's no doubt that he'll get a good laugh if he can do a flip on the command the moment a teacher calls on him, so I can see why he's jealous. But that's neither here nor there. My real problem is the devil in the hall that threw that bullet, toting a second and deciding how she'll deliver the blow a second time around. I'm really glad I made that choice. I got to see Shirou get owned again. The desk was left unharmed, so I grab my lunch and get up from my seat. It hurts. My forehead, where the eraser hit, stings more than the hip I landed on, damn it. I lash out at the magic bullet shooter while holding my red forehead. We've got shit to do. That is true. I love it whenever they call stuff a strategy meeting. It's so silly. She looks away awkwardly and starts walking. Is it my imagination, or does it look like Tosaka isn't doing so well? And she brings me to the empty rooftop.
寒い
The rooftop is mercilessly cold. It would be crowded with students enjoying the breeze during summer, but it's as desolate as a shopping district on New Year's during the winter.
寒い
I say it one more time. Though it's an honest opinion, I'd really just like the person next to me to take the hint.
何よ男の子でしょ
Oscar from
これぐらい
Lupin?
我慢しなさい
That it is... That's fair. Lady Oscar? You mean like Rose of Versailles Oscar, or... I'm sure you must be thinking of something else, but she's not in Lupin. Well, anyways. Suck it up, she says. My objection is shot down right away.
エミヤ君こっちここなら風も来ないし人目にもつかないわ
She quickly moves to her destination and doesn't make eye contact. I eat my lunch. She must have called me over since she had something to talk about, but she doesn't speak up at all. Even so, when I sneak a peek at her, she's looking at me as if she wants to say something. I keep eating my lunch. There's nothing else I can do to keep my cool. At this point, I don't care that it's cold or quiet. It's just... This is making me anxious. Since the places where we can avoid the wind are limited, Tosaka is eating her bread right next to me. We're so close that if I move my body even just a little, our shoulders will rub. How scandalous. Doesn't it look like we're eating lunch, like, together from the outside? I try my best to keep from blushing. Damn it. Why didn't it occur to me when she invited me in the hallway? It's only natural that I can't keep it together. Though she's my ally now, I've admired her for quite some time. Well, I can't say this to Tosaka, since she would just laugh it off, but man, I wish she happened to be more considerate to a case like that. My chopsticks hit the bottom of my lunchbox. Finished. All that's left is to clean up after myself. It seems like Tosaka finished a while ago, as she is watching me idly. Man, lunch break is going to end in a few minutes. I guess I'll just have to ask her what we'll do after school today.
なあ父さん
Oh, the classic. We talked at the same time. We speak up simultaneously. Our eyes finally meet for the first time today. Wah 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 wah.
父さんこそ
話があるなら先にどうぞ
We talk at the exact moment again and look away in embarrassment. Silence follows. The end of lunch break is nearing. I'm relieved and disappointed that we might have to go now. Then,
そう昨日の夜はごめん
Tosaka murmurs in an apologetic voice.
だから昨日のことあーちゃんには0時を使っといたから
Oh, did you?
今更済まされないけどごめん
My frivolous thoughts pause. What happened last night? Archer tried to kill me, and Tosaka says she used a command spell on him.
父さんそれはつまり
ええ協力関係にある限り絶対にエミヤ君を襲うなってレイジュで命令したの
Got
だ
him.
から今後は
Archer's
昨
gotta
日
be
みたいなことは
so
起きない
mad
から
about it. He's probably seething about it. That is a relief. It's a relief, but Tosaka used a command spell on something like that?
そうかけどそれは父さんが謝ることじゃないだろう
You're not allowed to stab me anymore, Archer.
あれは
Tosaka
あい
said
つが
so.
勝手にやったことだ父さんだって つが何をしていたのか知らないんだろう。
うん。けどだからって無関係じゃない。昨日のことはあいつに自由行動させた私の責任よ。
Yeah, Archer will never recover. She looks down, dejected. This is really unlike her. It bothers me more than the fact that I got attacked by Archer.
わかった。遠坂がそう言うならそういうことにする。けど、よくアーチャーが話したな。俺を襲ったことなんて、あいつが遠坂に報告する。
I don't think he had any choice in the matter.
そうね。けど自分のサーバントが傷を負って帰ってきて、しかも魔力が空っぽなら何かあった。
I was gonna say, there's probably a way to tell.
あいつ隠し事はするけど嘘はつかないから、何をしてきたのか尋ねたらあっさり白状しやがったのよ。
調子が戻ってきたな。よかった。そうでなくちゃ遠坂じゃない。
ちょっとそれどういう意味よ。
いいからいいから。
I don't like it
それ
when you
アーチャー
sold.
は
You should be soon and not daring.
家に置いてきた。なんか昨日から様子がおかしいし、昨日の今日でエミヤ君に合わせるのもあれでしょ。
Yeah, I don't want to see him either. It's obvious we would just end up insulting each other if we saw each other.
そっか。
We'd just get into a really gay
あいつが
argument
俺を
again.
襲った理由は何だったんだ。
それが敵は少ない方がいい。
That sounds like him. Trying to imagine Archer casually reporting that he almost killed Shirou. I feel like he could do it.
エミヤ君はどうでもいいけど、セイバーは
Feels like something he would do. He's like, oh yeah, I tried to kill that guy today.
昨日みたいに簡単に他のマスターに操られると迷惑だから、ここで切り捨てた方がいいって判断したんだって。
He literally thinks Shirou is too dumb to live. Damn it, I can't object to that. I know you can't. I don't object to it either, honestly. I'm certainly bothersome, or burdensome, falling into Caster's trap like that. He must have figured that the moment I was caught in her spell.
納得いった。それじゃ、この話はこれで終わりにしよう。俺だって悪いところはあったし、そもそもあいつがいなかったら今頃どうなってたかわからない。ほら、アイコってことで帳消しじゃないか。遠坂がそう気に。
そう言ってくれると助かるけど。
She looks away awkward. That strong sense of responsibility must be getting in the way of her agreeability.
ちょうどよくチャイムが。
Having two illities in one sentence is kind of awkward. Saved Shirou twice and tried to kill him once. Well, yeah. Because he's like, damn, I just saved your ass and now you're gonna go and try and kill a caster. You're literally too stupid to live. Lunch break is over. I didn't even taste anything because of the situation, but I guess this wasn't bad at all.
中に戻ろう。5次元目、遅れるぞ。
I stand up and head to the door. Hmm? But Tosaka is still sitting.
遠坂、チャイム鳴ったんだが。
She doesn't answer, but she looks at me as though she wants to say something.
少し付き合いなさいよ。一つぐらいサボっても平気でしょ。
The words a model honor student would never dare say. The bell rings to indicate the start of 5th period. Yet, what are we doing? Drinking coffee at a place like this? On a side note, I had to go buy the canned coffee real quick like.
授業開始まで5分あるでしょ。1階の購買からここまで5分もあれば十分じゃない。
Just sneak on down. Nobody will. You won't get in trouble if you just sneak some coffees. So was the devilish request from Tosaka. Delightfully devilish.
エミヤ君はどうなの？
ああ、魔術を習い始めた頃か。確かそんなもんだよ。2年近く親父に無理を言って、ようやく教えてもらえたんだ。
Didn't teach you much.
じゃあ足掛け8年か。エミヤ君のお父さんも随分と半端なことするのね。どうせ教えるんなら生まれた時から。
I guess he also shouldn't have died, but you know.
8年前って言えばもう二次成長期後でしょ。 そんなに大きくなったら刻印を刻むこともできないし、体もいじれないじゃない。
Tosaka says dangerous things. Yeah, I was like, I don't think you should put it that way. Well, I know this is part of her that's a mage. Can we not say it like tampering with your body? That makes it sound weird.
だからそういう遠坂みたいにちゃんとした手順は踏まなかったんだよ。というか、生まれた時から手を加えるって何さ。
言葉通りの意味よ。歴史が古くなればなるほど、その家系の魔術刻印は大きくなる。魔術刻印は形になった魔術回路だから、ほんの少し体に刻むだけで人間の体が拒否反応を起こして。
Yeah, just slap that on a baby. That'll be fine.
で、それを少しでも和らげるために、子供の頃から少しずつ移植していくってわけ。ついでに中身も
That sounds like it'll work. That seems normal.
深い薬草やら怪しげな骨を砕いた粉とか飲み続けて
Magic is so
体
stupid.
に耐性を作っておくの。まあ、魔術使いであるエミヤ君には関係のない話だから、あんまり
Yeah, strange bones. No more specificity than that. The bones are strange. Yeah. You don't know whose bones or what's bones. Just know that they're strange bones.
けど、遠坂は大丈夫なのか。なんか聞くだけで痛々しいんだが、その。
I don't know how to explain it. I've never known a normal practitioner of magecraft. But when I went to Tosaka's house, I felt an inexplicable pressure. A family that passes along a long history. Children that have the duty to succeed since they were born, secluded from the normal world, completely disregarding anything they may want. I bite my lip, daring to imagine how painstaking and tiresome that must be.
そういう心配なんてしてるんだ、エミヤ君は。
なんだよ、その意味ありげな。
Oh, you're a bitch, aren't you, Emiya-kun?
心配なんてしてないからな。
当然よ、心配なんてされる覚えはないもの。私は好きでやってきたんだから、そこに後悔なんてないしね。そのあたり、エミヤ君も同じなんじゃない？
なんでそこに俺が出てくるんだ？
Wait, the same? Tosaka and I?
まったく、本当に自分のことはわからないのね、あんたって。
Yes, yes, he does. This is known.
確かに私
This is well known.
けど逃げ出したいなんて思ったことはなかった。それはエミヤ君も同じでしょって言ったの。
それはそうだけど、俺は遠坂ほどきついことは要求されなかったし。
Well known that Emi is a freak.
バカ言わないでよ。
And stupid.
まっとうに育っておいて、それから魔術を習うなんて正気じゃないわ。エミヤ君の日課がどんなものかは知らないけど、それよっぽど危険な鍛錬なはずよ。失敗したら命がないっていうぐらいギリギリ。
Yeah, what with all those steel rods in your spine?
いや、それは俺が未熟なだけであって、本来ならそういう危険なものじゃないんだ。遠坂と比べることなんてできない。
No, my training was much less dangerous. I only shove steel rods in my spine every day. That probably doesn't compare to what real mages do.
魔術の鍛錬なんてね、結局はそういうものよ。唯一共通なのは命を計りにかけてるってこと。計りには個人差があるけど、要はその計りをどれほど傾けられるかでしょ。その点で言えば、あなたは私なんかよりずっと厳しい。私、死ぬような鍛錬なんてしたことないもの。そもそも失敗することがないし。
First of all, I just don't fuck up like you do. She casually dunks on me. That's how you know this is a translation from like the last 10 years. This is the phrase dunks on being in there. Tosaka basically said that she doesn't know what it feels like to fail, unlike the rest of us. Did you? It felt really backhanded.
テストでいつも100点取ってるやつに、今回はよくできましたなんて褒められて。
I don't know about that one, Rin. That felt really backhanded.
今回はなんて言ってないわよ。要するにね、確かに教えは厳しかったけど辛くはなかったってこと。だから逃げ出さなかったし。
Shirou, you know the magic training isn't supposed to hurt a lot, right?
エミヤ君も同じでしょ？
You know it's not supposed to be excruciating every second of every day. Hard, but not painful. I do think that's like what I feel. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? I never felt that it was painful or hard. No, to be honest, I couldn't afford to think that. I just wanted to catch up to Kiritsugu. I'll become like Kiritsugu someday. I've kept training to become the hero of justice that Kiritsugu couldn't. Looking back, most of my memories are about the training I did in the shed. I've never regretted that. Perhaps it's because I believe that that was the most important thing to do for myself.
そうか。言われてみればそうだな。俺もそれなりにやってきたってことか。
そういうこと。エミヤ君は独学でここまで来たんだから、もっと自信を持ちなさい。
Kosaka says proudly, I'm a bit embarrassed. It's worse than when she's happy about it as if it's her own accomplishment.
さて、話がまとまったところで少しは真面目な話をしよっか。
Okay.
特技？ああ、使える魔術のことか。そんな
Yeah,
今更
nothing.
だろう。遠坂は俺の魔術を知ってるじゃないか。
ええ、エミヤ君の魔術は強化だっけ？珍しいとまでは言わないけど、メインに据えてる魔術師はそう多くないじゃない？それが不思議だったのよ。あなた、
I
どうして
like
強化にこだわるわけ？
swords.
いや、単にそれしか使えないんだよ。いろいろ試したけど、強化ぐらいしかできなかった。
The rest are basic things, like making a blueprint and stuff. That's not something to be talking about now.
そう。私のところは転換かな。力の蓄積、流動、変化ってところ。そのあたりを基本にして有名どころの魔術は抑えてある。結界作りも教室ぐらいの広さなら形だけは整えられるわ。
Conversion of power. That's the most basic and all-rounder type. In other words, she's saying she can transfer magical energy into any vessel and transform it.
そっか。けど、遠坂、教えてくれるのは嬉しいけど。
No, we're besties. We had one little fight, now we're besties.
前にエミヤ君、私に教えてくれたでしょ。なのに私だけ隠してるのはフェアじゃないから。
Kosaka says and puts her left hand out.
この前見せたけど、これが私の魔術刻印。遠坂の家に伝わるのは転換の技法でね。自分でも他人でも、ともかく力を移し替えて。
Yeah, you could show me now that you're not trying to shoot me with it.
普通、魔力っていうのは体外に出すと消えるでしょ。魔力だけで神秘は起こせない。外に出して魔力が消えてしまう前に、魔力によって魔術っていう式を発動させる。
Oh god, I'm getting lore dumped again.
移し替えるのが難しいんだけど。
I'm getting lore dumped again about how magic works. She stops there and takes out a small stone out of her pocket. Is it a gem? The transparent polyhedron reminds me of a kaleidoscope.
例外として、私は他のものに自分の魔力を蓄積できる。いいえ、自分の魔力だけじゃなくて、他の術者の魔力だって保存できるし。
Yeah, I get it. I understand. You don't need to tell me 3 times. I understand. Energy moves, transforms. This is like laws of thermodynamics. Baki has ruined the word polyhedron for you. Wasn't it a tetrahedron that he ran out of piss in? I thought it was a tetrahedron, because that's like a pyramid. Polyhedron is a different thing, isn't it?
そういった宝石や魔力を込めるだけで簡易的な魔術刻印になるのよ。まあ、宝石である以上、一度でも込められた魔力を解放すれば壊れちゃうんだけど。
Is that how gems work? Tosaka shrugs and put the gem away.
なんだ、もったいない話だな。一度使ったら壊れるってなくなるってことだろ。宝石なんて高いもの、 その度に補充するのか？
そうなのよ。おかげでうちは
That's why we're always broke. $3,000 on gems. Please help me budget. My magic family is
まさ
dying.
かの魔術師は後継ぎになったらまずお金を稼ぐところから。
そうか。問題ってのは人それぞれなんだな、遠坂。
She looks away as if she said too much. Yeah, I think this every time, but Tosaka is actually really awkward deep down. All right, okay, we got lordom to magic again. That was exciting. 5th period is about to end. Tosaka finished explaining things to me, so I asked her about Shinji since he's also from a family of mages.
なあ、遠坂。シンジの家、ナトウの家が魔術師の家
Yeah, but they like suck.
知ってたか？
ええ、知ってたわ。けどマトウ家はここ数十年で衰退したって父さんが言ってた。今それは本当。だからシンジがマスターになったって聞いて驚いたけど。
Oh, so she did know. Of course, she supervises this land, so she knows all the families with mage history. She should know that Shinji's a master. Wait, hold on.
遠坂、シンジがマスターだって知ってたのか？
ごめん。私も今朝知ったのよ。シンジがマスターになるわけないって中をくくってた。
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you that I already knew. Tosaka says as if it's nothing. However, something's off. She was searching for the third master at school, yet she doesn't seem to consider Shinji as a problem at all.
遠坂、シンジはそのマスターなんだろ？
ええ、けど別にどうってことないでしょ。シンジ自身に魔力はないんだし、そう大それたことは。
All we have to do is beat him up.
私たちの敵は学校に潜んでいるマスターだもの。シンジはマスターとしての気配もないし。
Little does she
私た
know.
ちが探している相手とは別物よ。
It's weird how she doesn't... Right, because in the Fate route, we did learn that he created the bounding field at the school. Like, that's one of Ryder's powers. It's weird that she doesn't suspect that, like, a servant could just do that.
じゃあ学校にはすごい4人のマスターがいるってことか？
そうなるんじゃない？まあ、シンジにはおとなしくしておけって言ったから邪魔されることはないでしょうけど。
Another statement that bothers me. Wait, first of all, how did Tosaka find out that Shinji is a master?
遠坂、ちょっと今朝の話を詳しく聞かせてくれ。
詳しくも何もシンジの方から話しかけてきたのよ。
Why did he tell you?
僕もマスターになったから二人で手を組まないかって。
What a two-faced little bitch. He said the same thing to Shirou. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this, but I can't stop her now.
続き、その続きはどうした？
続きも何も当然断ったわ。だっていうのにあいつしつこく食い下がってくるんだもの。ついシローがいるからマトウ君はいらないって言っちゃった。
Oh, that explains why he was so pissed. Tosaka laughs, recalling it. That must be the reason why Shinji was acting so strange. However,
それで遠坂はどうするんだ？シンジを放っておくのか？学校の結界って
I really think we should kill this guy. I think we gotta kill this guy, Rin. Tosaka freezes. I knew it. She didn't notice that Shinji was the one who set up the bounded field. Is she stupid?
違うんだ遠
Is
坂。
she stupid, chat
確か
room?
にシンジは魔術師じゃない。けど、あの結界はシンジが張ったものだ。きっと、キャスターみたいにサーバントの方が魔術に長けているんじゃないか。
Tosaka grows pale.
遠坂、お前気づいてなかったのか？
おう、あの結界がサーバントによるものだ
She
って
just looks down on
気がついてた
Shinji
って
that
ば。
hard. I guess that's fair. It's just weird. Like, it's one thing to look down on Shinji. It's just weird that she didn't consider that, like, the servant could just do it. Right? Like, why would she not consider that as a possibility? That like the servant could just make the banded field. Surely that's not so outrageous to me. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't seem that crazy. She couldn't make the connection with Shinji? I recall how Tosaka was acting until now. I bet she was so worried about last night's incident that she couldn't think about Shinji. This might be the biggest mistake she's made in her life.
まずい。下手したらシンジのやつ。
Tosaka gets up instantly and glares at the exit. At that instant, womp womp. Girl, you fucked up big time. The abnormality around this school openly reveals itself with perfect timing.
結界
Kekai. The sky is tinted red. Stagnant red air immediately begins suffocating everything within the school grounds. It won't affect mages who can cycle magical energy through their body to ward off this effect, but normal people will pass out. And if enough time goes by, they'll die.
遠坂
It is time to Riona Shinji again. God, I'm hoping.
分かってる。急ぐわよ。
Shirou was really fucking mad at Shinji in the equivalent of this scene in the Fate route. So I'm hoping he gets mad at Shinji again and we can choke him again. That was pretty fun. That was like that was like more erotic than any of the actual H scenes in these VNs. Red surrounds everything in the school. The hallway, red as blood. The air, red as blood. Thick air sticks to my skin and creates the senses that this is all just one horrible dream. Disgust threatens to rip out itself through my lips. Like coolant, I try to force reasonable, controlled thoughts through my confused and heated brain. I break for the classroom closet to the stairs on the 4th floor. Oh, closest, not closet. Tosaka stops for a second, hesitant to enter this disastrous scene. I know how she feels. I don't like it any more than she does.
息はある。まだ間に合わないわけじゃない。
I check the nearest student for their pulse and breathing. There's not a conscious person left in this classroom. The students who were sitting in their seats and the teacher at the podium are all lying on the floor. Most of the students are unconscious, limp, and their eyes are clouded over. The few others... A small handful of students had more unusual reactions. Their skin is congealing. As if scorched by cold flame, their skin is stripped of all vitality and shines in the eerie light like melted wax. Tosaka is breathless before this scene of disaster. We have no time. To get to the bottom of this as fast as possible, I... search for Shinji with the two of us, or use my command spell to call for Saber. I think it's a little early for the command spell. I don't know, what do you think, henchbuns? I think it's a little too early for it. I don't think we need command spell yet. You're not falling out of a window yet. You don't need a command spell until then. You don't need a command spell until Ryder throws you out a window, okay? There is no time to hesitate. If this is a bounded field that Shinji's servant set up, we have to go stop the culprit right away.
遠坂、手分けして校舎を探そう。これ以上犠牲者を出すわけにはいかない。
Let's split up, gang. I grab Tosaka, who's still frozen in place, and take off.
待ってエミヤ君。それじゃあきっと間に合わない。相手がサーバントならこっちもサーバントを出さないと。
Is Archer not
シン
here?
ジを探し出したところで
Is Archer just not... I figured Archer's around all the time, but just invisible.
そうか。けど、
Even if I contact Saber, we won't make it in the time it'll take her to get here.
レイジを使って私もアーチャーを呼ぶわ。レイジを使って
Oh, okay, I guess we're doing it
今すぐ
anyways.
に呼びつけられる。
Tosaka says while biting her lip. She looks like she's regained her composure, but that truly calm and collected side of her isn't fully online yet.
待った。 レイジを使うなら俺だけで
Oh yeah, that's right. She did say that earlier, didn't she,
な
Kendricks?
らセイバー一人で十分だ。
She left Archer at home so that he and Saber and rather Shirou wouldn't be bitching the whole time. Besides, if this is the doing of Shinji's servant, our enemy is what's that servant in black. I fought her the day before yesterday. If it's against them, Saber will handle it, no problem.
エミヤ君
Not as simple as it seems, as we all know.
遠坂は昨日レイジを使ったんだろう。なら今度は俺の番だ。セイバーを呼んでもどうにもならないなら、その時はアーチャーを呼べばいい。それで、レイジの使い方は
左手に意識を固めて
That's right, he's never used one on purpose yet.
頭の中で自分のレイジの形をイメージしてスルッと紐解くだけでいいわ。もちろん解くときは命令をしながらよ。
I close my eyes. I can't take my time, so I clear my thoughts as much as possible. Concentrate on my second command spell.
来い、セイバー。
Saber, I choose you! And release the second mark. The back of my left hand burns. Simultaneously, a sudden mass forms. A knight in silver emerges from a space distortion next to me.
セイバー。
What's up?
召喚に応じ参上しました。マスター、状況はレイジを使うほどのことなのですね。
見ての通りだ。サーバントに結界を張られた。1秒でも早くこいつを消去したい。
We gotta kill this bitch, Saber.
承知しました。
We gotta kill this sexy rider.
このフロアにサーバントの気配を感じます。このフロア4階にいるっていうの？サーバントが。間違いありません。ミン、それが何か。おお、セイバーの感知なら確かだろうけど、それはおかしいのよ。結界の起点は1階から感じられる。サーバントの気配を感知するのはサーバントであるセイバーのが優れてるでしょうけど、こと魔術の功績に関しては私だって負けてない。
サーバントはこの階にいるのに結界を張っているのは1階だってことか、遠坂。
断定はできないけど、私はそう感じてるわ。この結界の起点は1階にあるんだって。
The source. So we have to choose between the two, huh? If Shinji placed the servant on this floor, then one must definitely be a trap. If we make the wrong choice, we will be sacrificing everybody in this school.
リン、アーチャーはどうしたのです？彼がいるのなら、もう少し確かな判別ができる。
Yeah, why not just summon your boy?
それがあいつ、呼んでも答えないの。この結界、完全に内と外を遮断してる。レイジを使うか、あいつがこっちの異常を感知して駆けつけてくる以外ないわ。
However, it would be your last one, right? Because you wasted that one immediately after summoning Archer. Tosaka and Saber glare at each other. And she used her second one to tell Archer. Nice, wrong route for funny number to be relevant, though. That is true. Yeah, that was the fate route. Thanks for the resub, though, Cooper Tank. And she used her second command spell on telling Archer to not fucking kill Shirou. Think. Tosaka has lost her composure. The best thing we can do right now is...
よし。
I'll go search the first floor. I feel bad for leaving the servant to Saber alone, but she should be able to fight by
セイバ
herself.
ー、サーバントは任せた。一人で戦えるか。
無論です。ではシロは
I'm sure it'll be fine.
遠
I'm
坂
sure
の期待に
Shirou will be
一
just
人じゃ
fine.
難しいだろうが、遠坂がいるならなんとかなる。それに魔力感知は遠坂しか
It'll be okay, right? It'll be just fine. You're definitely not gonna lose another
ええ、
fucking
当然よ。
appendage.
言われなくても一人で行くつもりだったわ。
It's decided. So now,
何してんのよ。椅子の足なんて折って正気？
武器は必要だろ。俺は強化しかできないんだから、元になる獲物は必
I'm,
要。
I'm gonna hit that Shinji fuck with a stick. I'm gonna beat him with a stick. I swing the leg of the chair that I broke off. It's like I'm recreating what happened that one time with Tosaka. My success rate seems to be going up, as I easily managed this time. So I grab another leg just in case. Dual wield!
シロ、外に微弱な気配がします。どうやら包囲されたようです。
包囲されたって何？
わかりかねます。ですが、外に出て確認するだけの話です。
そうだな。戦闘を頼めるか。
Saber, you're the tank in this party.
あなたの盾となるのが私の使命ですから。
Saber jumps out into the hallway.
行くぞ父さん。こっちは1階だ。
Skeletons! What the hell? The skeletons are back, henchbuns. I don't think this is Ryder then. I don't remember Ryder having the ability to summon skeletons. The instant we go out into the hallway, we find out what's surrounding us. Are those bones? Puppets made out of inhuman bones swarm from the other side of the hallway.
父さん、あれは。
ゴーレム。
Yeah, the skeletons were caster in the Faerun. I don't think Ryder did that. I don't know, maybe Ryder can do it too. Or maybe Ryder and Caster are teaming up for something. I run to the stairs. The sound of Saber crushing the strange bone puppets echoes through the hall behind me. Rattle me bones! We go down the stairs. It's not far from the 4th floor to the 1st. However, I really like that stock, like, jar-shattering sound effect that you've heard in a billion video games. I smash the bone dolls, blocking my way with the chair leg in my hand. This is the 3rd one already. Maybe it's because of the horrible state of this place, but I don't even care about the violence overtaking us. My mind has gone numb. Hatred, fear, sadness, cowardice, all of it has locked up in my brain. The only thing I can think of is to make it to the 1st floor. I'll just keep on swinging these 2 weapons in my hands, just like him. Oh yeah, he's dual wielding just like Archer, I get it now. 2 swords. Better than 1 sword? Well, in this case, I guess they're more like bludgeoning implements. I mow down the 4th body of bones. The bone puppet that tried to attack Tosaka from one side crumbles as it crashes into the wall. Good, she's fine.
結界の起点は。
ええ、すぐそこ。あそこの教室。
Alright, let's go beat the hell out of that Shinji punk. Tosaka points at a room about 10 meters ahead. There are a few more bone puppets that followed us down the stairs, but we don't have the time to deal with them. I parry the attacking sword with the weapon in my right hand, then slash the exposed body with the weapon in my left. I didn't know it was parry slop. The 5th bone artifice crumbles, but they just keep coming. There's still more than 10 of them swarming the hallway. I retreat a bit. The chair legs in my hands are worn down. Even though I strengthened them, they're originally just stainless steel. I don't know if they can take one more attack. I'm surprised, but I retreat like I'm told. At that instant, Tosaka jumps out in front of me, as if tagging in, and throws a gem at the bone creatures. Oh shit! Assist me! Asses to asses. Here comes Rin with the hidden missiles! My vision goes white. Was that some kind of release incantation? There are no sign of destruction in the hallway. Only the scattered remains of bone figures.
ありがとう。助かったわ。 トパーズなんてめったに使わないから用意するのに時間がかかって。正直、エミヤくんがいなかったら数で押されてた。
Topaz must be a strong one. She drops her shoulders in relief, but she only does so for an instant and glares at the classroom.
行きましょう。あそこにシンジがいるはずよ。
Kosaka runs to our destination. I follow her and step inside the red classroom. It's red. This is absolute hell. The air filling the classroom cannot be called a gas anymore. The vaporized blood dyes the eyes of onlookers like paint. I hear voices of anguish from all directions. This is the source of the bounded field, the place where absorption is strongest. A Fate fighting game that's 2v2 for the purpose of master and servant assisting each other would go hard. That would be fun. It would be fun if you could just like make combos however you like. That would be neat. The students collapsed on the floor are entirely different to the students on the fourth floor. The groans that I hear are just my imagination. The fainted students have pale faces and are still as wax figures. Kosaka just gazes at the scene, her legs shaking. A clicking sound. It must be to suppress her emotions. Kosaka chatters her teeth as she beholds this horror. She lifts her shaking leg and moves forward. Between the desks, there is one clearly animated person. Sitting hunched amongst the fallen students, Shinji Mato looks up at Tosaka.
シンジ、あんた。
I think we gotta kill this guy, Rin. A stern voice. He must have reacted to that. Shinji lets out a strangled cry and clambers away from Tosaka.
言い訳は聞かないわよ。あんたがやったことの代償はどんなことをしても払わせてやる。
Yeah, we're gonna beat his ass. Tosaka approaches Shinji.
違う。
Even if it's not, I think we should still beat the hell out of him. Just for the fun of it. He shakes his head violently and backs up to the wall.
僕じゃない？よく
Maybe it is Caster after all. Only Caster has used the bone skeletons. Which is, now that I think about it, kind of a redundant a redundant skeleton. A redundant statement. All skeletons are made of bones. So maybe it's not Shinji making the banded field this time.
いいから今すぐ結界を解きなさい。解かないって言うならその顔吹っ飛ばしてでも。
違う。だから違う。僕じゃない。僕じゃない。
Who's killing? Who's dead now? Stranger and stranger. Shinji flees from Tosaka, but not really. He's looking at the floor, at our feet. I look down. The only thing there are the students lying unconscious on the floor. Other than that, there's nothing else. I call to her and point. A stunned voice. Her anger toward Shinji turns to confusion. The moment she sees the thing lying on the floor, the animosity fades. Oh shit! My breathing catches. The thing collapsed on the floor is completely dead. Long purple hair. The woman in black. The servant who attacked me. Ryder. Wow! That problem got handled real fast in this route. You didn't have to Excalibur her at all. Tosaka's voice is flat, emotionless. I know, her ass got off screen.
僕がやったんじゃない。結界を起こして誰も動かなくなったのに。なんかライダーはあいつに。
This servant in black, Ryder, was killed with one blow. What kind of weapon was it? How was she killed? Only one blow against a servant? It was a single strike to the neck, which was ripped to pieces. I can't imagine how that happened. She must have been caught by surprise, but the enemy must have been skilled to sever her spine in one blow. No, it was more than severed. It's as if her head was set in a vice and then her neck was twisted, muscle, bone, and all. Ryder disappears. At the same time, the red world fades away. It seems like the field was set up by the servant after all. However,
シンジ、これをやったのは誰？
yeah, I mean, my guess was Caster because of the skeletons, but the head twisting doesn't seem like her style. That sounds something like more Berserker would do, but there's not holes in the building, so I don't think it was him either. Shinji inches back to the hallway, cornered by Tosaka.
言ったでしょ？学校にはもう一人マスターがいるって。その忠告を無視して騒ぎを起こしたあんたの
Your ass wasn't listening, now your rider is dead.
どうやらサーバントを見殺しにして生き残ったみたいだけど、相手の顔を見たんなら次はあんたの番よ。どんなマス
そんなことあるもんか。僕にはもうサーバントはいないんだ。
I don't know about that. They might just kill you for fun, and I wouldn't even object.
そうね。まあ確かにその通りか。あんたにまだ霊女が残っていようと放っておいても害はないもの。うろちょろして見苦しいかもしれないけど、ハムシじゃ人間は殺せないし。
Get his ass.
そうね。あんた次第でここで息の根を止めるのは待ってあげる。
ハムシ。僕が。
Well, yes. Don't be insulted. You know it's true.
害虫に例えなかっただけでもありがたく思いなさい。マトウ真珠は魔術師でもなければマスターにもふさわしくないから。
You're just a fucking guy. A guy that we hate.
で、見たんなら答えなさいよ。今のあんたなんてその程度の価値しかないんだから。
Shinji scrambles back, Tosaka's very presence a threat. Well, I don't even know if she'd actually follow through with her threat, but she's seriously angry. She's lost control of herself seeing this nightmare.
さあ、あんたのサーバントを仕留めたのはどんなサーバントだったのよ、シンジ。
Oh my god, would you stop being a bitch and just tell us stuff? You're such a bitch, Shinji. Oh my god, what a wimp. Shinji runs out into the hallway and Tosaka starts to go after him. She stops, though. It seems to occur to her that when she has to deal with... No, that's wrong. It's not like it just occurred. She clenches her teeth, looking back at the collapsed student body in frustration. Her expression is somewhat typical of her, but her knees are shaking and her eyes are wavering so much that she looks like she's going to cry. I can't tell if she's more angry or sad, but I'm convinced. She has a strong attitude, can do anything, and is a distinguished mage. But deep down, she is just a girl that acts her age. Listen, nobody's dead. You don't have to be scared. They're just really bad. They just look like they're melting a little bit. Well, except Ryder, but...
辛いだろうけど、よく見てみろ。みんなちゃんと生きてる。結界もなくなったし、あとはすぐに助けを呼ぶだけだ。
Yeah, I bet she feels really bad about, like, not thinking about Shinji.
この場合は救急車が。
It's really weird for her to not consider that his servant could set up the bounded field and not him. Like, it feels like something she should know. I ask in a calm voice. Seems like she was finally able to regain her senses, as Tosaka slaps her own face with both hands.
連絡するのは教会でいいわ。綺麗に状況を説明すれば、後の手配は全部やってくれる。
I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will take all of these students to safety, and not his murder dungeon.
じゃあすぐに連絡しよう。
Tosaka nods and dashes into the hall. Her destination must be the office. There's a phone in there, so she can make a call right away. I got new servant data, apparently. Writer. Alignment chaotic good. It's so funny they have, like, fucking D&D alignments. Anyway, she's fucking dead, I guess. That's the update about Ryder. We finish contacting the church and go outside. It'll be a problem later if we're found to be the only ones unharmed, so Kirei ordered us to pretend like we weren't at school today.
じゃあセイバー
I mean, but
相手はキャスターだったのか。
people saw them there, though.
はいゴーレムを操っていたのはキャスターのサーバントでした校舎に潜んだキャスターを倒しは
Oh,
しました
okay, that all happened
これは
off screen, I
神に過ぎ
guess.
ないのでしょう
Saber beat up a caster hologram or something. I see. So it means that Caster was controlling those golems from Ryoto Temple. Then there's no doubt that Caster was the one who attacked Shinji's servant.
学校にいる4人目のマスターはキャスターのマスターってことだな。
I don't know.
あいつの
This feels like a red
マ
herring,
スターである
right?
シンジを使って
Like the way Ryder died.
罠にはめた
That doesn't seem like Caster's style.
そうでしょうねシローの話ではライダーは一撃で首を切られている何らかの理由で動き
I mean, unless it's like Saber said, like maybe Caster used some magic to hold her down and assassin cut her head off or some shit. That makes sense, I guess.
厄介だな。でもまあ何せよキャスターのマスターが学校にいるってことは分かったんだ。全くの無駄だった。
Right? Because Caster commands assassin. I turned to Tosaka for confirmation. Tosaka only stares back at me silently. Ever since we left the classroom, she's been looking at me as if she wants to say something.
父さん言いたいことがあるなら言えって。お前に黙ってられるとなんか背中
The
が
Willies. Who fucking says that anymore? The heebie-jeebies. I get worried about when I'll get hit from behind. Tosaka still stares at me for a while. Then, with a serious expression,
エミヤ君冷静なのね意外だった
she says,
冷静じゃないぞ。俺だって目の前が真っ赤になった。怒りで我を忘れたのはお互い様だろ。
それでもみんなの傷を把握してたじゃない私にはできなかったけど
まあそんなことか。別に大したことじゃない。死体は見慣れてるから判断がついただけだ。
死体は見慣れてる
Are you? I mean, I feel like that thing from 10 years ago. Mage Eternity, thank you for the follow. I feel like that thing 10 years ago doesn't mean it's like normal for you. That was like the last time you saw corpses. That was a long time ago. We head out. It'll get busy here once the ambulances arrive. So we'll head out back into the forest and make our exit from there. That's when...
なんだ
Oh, hey, Archer.
セイバーがいるとは驚いたな。
On the way back out, we run into that tardy bastard. You're late,
あ
bitch.
じゃああんた今頃やってきて何のつもりよ
決まっているだろう。主の意地を察して駆けつけたのだ。もっとも遅すぎたようだがな。セイバーがいてリンが無事なら、
It's
僕は
fine.
もう済んでしまったのだろう。
もう済んじまったわよあんたがのんびりしてる間に何が起きたのか一から聞かせてやるからそこに直れっていうの
Fucking bitch, you were late.
どうやら最悪のまで到着してしまったか。
The two of them quarrel, leaving us aside. Well, it's more like Tosaka is yelling at Archer while he just calmly brushes it off.
やはり
It's too late. I've already drawn you as the angry and yelling Rin and myself as the calm and implacable Archer.
それを黙って聞いているアーチャーもリンに申し訳がないからでしょ
I guess you can look at it that way.
言いたいことはわかる。けどどうしてそれをいちいち俺に言うんだ、セイバー。
いいえシローが難しい顔をしていたものですから代わりに解説してみただけです
It's okay, Shirou. I have to explain the emotions of others to you because I know you're autistic. I don't know what's so funny, but Saber's smiling as if she's figured something out. Yeah, that Shirou's autistic. Pardon me. That makes what I was seeing before even more unpleasant.
わかったわかった。次からは体裁など気にしない。 それで今回の件は分けということにしておこう。で、結局脱落したのはどのサーバントだ？
Archer's expression changes. His usual caustic and laid-back attitude withdraws, and in its place is the rational warrior.
消えたのはライダーのサーバー
The rational warrior sounds
状
like
況はわからないが
the Twitter handle
キャ
of
ス
the
ターに
most
やられたんだろう
racist man you've ever met.
キャスターに。では、キャスターはどうなった？よもや無事というわけではなかろう。
それもわからない。ただライダーは一撃で倒されていたからキャスターは無傷だと思う。
The three of us were in agreement on that. Then,
ふぬけめ。所詮口だけの女だったか。勝ち抜ける器ではないと思ったが、よもやただの一撃で倒されるとは。全く。
yeah, you're shit-talking the dead right now, Archer. He goes back to his usual manner and insults the late writer.
アーチャー、ライダーはマスターを守って死んだ。ふぬけなどとあなたに言う資格はない。
何を言うかと思えば。
He's so much taller than Saber. It's
英
funny.
雄を名乗るのなら、最低限一人は殺さなければ面目が立つまい。それができぬのなら、せめて命がけで相打ちを狙えというのだ。
勝手なことを。それができぬ状態だったからこそ無抵抗で敗れたのではないか。その散りざまを罵るとは貴様こ
He's
そ
gonna
英雄
say
なる
no,
もの
and
か。
that'll rage bait Saber even more.
どのような理由であれ、無様に敗れたことに変わりはあるまい。
They do have opposite color schemes, yes. Some sort of,
まあ、
maybe it's intentional. Who can
英雄
say?
であるからというのは失言だったな。
He's the Shadow the Hedgehog
英雄
to
であ
her
ろうが
song.
なかろうが、弱ければ死ぬだけだ。この戦いにふさわしくない英雄とやらは早々に消えればいい。
I mean, it seems like she did. She did seem to bow out early, just violently.
ならば私と戦うか、アーチャー。
お前とこれは驚いたな。何が勘に触ったかは知らんが、協力関係にある
You've
者と
upset
戦いを
the
挑む
king.
とは
Time to die.
だが残念。私はお前たちと戦うなと令状を下されている。今挑まれてはライダーと同じく無抵抗で倒されるだけだが、そんな相手と戦うのが君の騎士道。
Mom said I wasn't allowed to fight you. Sorry. The two glare at each other wordlessly.
アーチャー、そこまでよ。
Archer, stop rage baiting everyone around you. Kosaka's quiet but firm order stops them.
セイバーと喧嘩してる場合じゃないでしょ。ライダーは消えてマスターも一人脱落した。けど学校にはあと一人正体不明のマスターが潜んで
Who
い
the
る
fuck
ことは
would
間違いない。
Caster's master be? I thought she said she like overpowered her master and like tied him up in a box or something.
私とエミヤ君の協
Maybe
力条
not.
件は学校に潜むマスターを倒すまでよ。それとも何？あなた今度は
Then you wouldn't have any left,
なんてレイ
bitch.
ジを使わせたいの？
そうだな。セイバー殿があまりにも王道ゆえ、からかいに興が乗って。
Oh, I hate ideals. I'm Archer and I hate ideals.
すまんな、セイバー。私と戦うのは協力関係が終わってからにしてくれ。
いいえ、私も大人げがなかったようです。任務にして今の発言は聞き流します。
I like how she managed to say it kind of bitchily. Saber takes a step back, still glaring at Archer, and stands by my side. Kosaka and Archer also step back to clear the air.
まあ、話は今の通りよ。私たちの協力関係はまだ続いている。今日はもう無理だろうけど、明日になれば学校でキャスターのマスターを探すことだってできるわ。つまりは現状維持ってわけだけど、エミヤ君はそれでいい？
I guess so. Doesn't seem like there's any other option.
そのつもりだ。それで今日はこれからどうするんだ？やっぱり
そんなわけないでしょう。 アーチャーの話じゃ竜道寺に行くのは自殺
Yeah, that's like the
行為だって
seat
話
of
だし
Caster's power.
キャスターを倒すんなら
We should just go, yeah, we should just go cut off her master's head. Then she'll not be okay.
こうか不幸かキャスターのマスターは毎日学校に来てるこっちからつついて警戒されるより今はそれを続けさせた方がいいわ
I try to think of how she came to that conclusion. Tosaka had noticed that there was another master at school. That must be because there's someone with magical energy other than Shinji. Since Caster appeared during everything, the master hiding at our school would be Caster's master. Caster, master, master, blaster, Caster. So Caster's master is coming to school for some reason. It means that instead of staying at Ryudo Temple under Caster's protection, they're coming to school defenseless.
つまり誰がマスターなのか確かめた後
That would be funny,
竜道寺に
Swiner.
戻る前に襲おうって
I feel like signs point to Issei right now, though. I'm like 50-50 on Issei actually being Caster's master, or if it's like a red herring. It just seems to be too easy, right? Because he's like, he's the son of the priests that take care of Ryudo Temple, right? It all seems too easy.
だって知ってたら学校になんか来ないでしょ
それはそうかじゃあキャスターのマスターはシンジがマスターだってことも知らなかったのかな
説明はつかないけどその可能性は高いわあれだけ魔術に長けたサーバントを連れておいてそんな間の抜けた話はないと思うんだけど
Right. Even I, who has no knowledge as a master, got this far thanks to Saber. You have a servant like Caster. I'm sure you wouldn't be so reckless as to go out.
それは違う。前提を間違えているんだ、リン。
Oh, okay, alright. Are we... You're so good at arguing. It's like I'm in fucking Ace Attorney now.
キャスターのマスターに自由意志はあるまい。
You know what? I was about to just say the same thing. Maybe she's just like... Maybe she's just got her master under some hypnotism spell or something and is using the master to lure in people to like trap them.
いや、自由意志があるつもりでいて、やはりキャスターに操られているのだろう。あの女は人の下につくものではない。マスターなど。
That's what I was thinking, is like maybe her master isn't going up because he's ignorant, but because she's using him as like a lure.
キャスターのマスターは傀儡だっていうのキャスターに騙されているか自分がマスターだって忘れさせられてるとか
See, now it being Issei goes way up if he doesn't even know.
本人が意識していないというのは面白いな。本来、サーバントはマスターには手出しができない。マスターを殺害すれば自分が存在できなくなる。逆に、マスターには霊樹がある。サーバントが逆らえば、最悪、マスターはサーバントを殺すことができる。となると、マスターは排除するより騙す方が安全だ。
Simply put the master under a sissy hypnosis spell. Tosaka ponders on that, but I'm not convinced.
そうかなキャスターはあれだけの悪事を働いてるだろうそれをマスターに隠しているなんてできるのかサーバントが強ければ強いほどマスターだって警戒心を持つんじゃないか
その点は問題ない。絵に描いたようなお人よしがマスターであるなら、
I have a hint from a bad end I got in the first route. I guess probably. There was that bad end with Caster.
おいなんだって俺を見ている
I do think it was something about like turning you into a puppet or something.
ここに前例があるからな。キャスターのマスターが間の抜けた人間という可能性とってゼロではない。
なるほど確かにあなたの言い分には一理ありますねアーチャー
What if he's just stupid? Hey, why aren't you agreeing with him, Saber? I mean, you know. We have a track record of masters being stupid.
のマスターがどんなやつであれ、とにかく明日も学校に来る可能性は高いでしょ。私たちは引き続き学校の調査で、キャスターのマスターを発見次第襲撃でいいわね。
Master's stupidity tier list. It would be a difficult fight.
どうやって探せばいいんだ。
それは今日の宿題。各自家に帰って考えること。どのみちエミヤ君とセイバーは疲れてるでしょ。ここで無理して倒れられても困るし、今日はここで解散しましょう。
いや、そこまで疲れてるわけじゃない。まだこんな時間だし、今からでも。
Why is she looking at me like that? Ah!
いいから言う通りにしなさい。どのみち今日は学校に入れないし、手がかりもゼロでしょ。ここにいても仕方がないし。
Can you take a fucking hint, Shirou?
変だって気づいてないの？昨日の今日でエミヤ君と顔合わせなんてしたら、まとまるものもまとまらないじゃない。
Shirou-kun, can you learn how to take a hint?
わかった。帰る。おとなしく帰るから。
Don't get so close and whisper like that.
じゃあまた明日ね。もうないだろうけど、夜は気をつけなさいよ。またキャスターなんかに連れ出されたりしたら、それこそ承知しないから。
Do not get sissy hypnoed by Caster again. Got it.
それと、今日はお疲れ様。ちょっとだけだけど、あなたをマスターだって認めてあげたから。
Very moe of you, Rin. Thank you. Kosaka hops back.
行くわよ、あーちゃん。帰ったら本気でさっきの不始末を追求するからね。
ああ、やはりそうきたか。どうもな。凛にしては口
She loves to act like she's in charge.
あんたね、ほんと一度とことん白黒つけないとダメなわけ？
Kosaka and Archer leave, complaining all the while.
俺たちも帰ろうか。確かに少し疲れたし。
Dinner.
今日は早めに夕食にしよう。
いいですね。その意見には賛成です、シロ。
Well, that's because you're always fucking hungry, girl. We leave the woods, trying not to be seen. Yeah, I'll pull myself together, go buy ingredients in the shopping district, make a big dinner, and rest my mind and body. We can discuss Caster and her master after that. After we finish eating dinner, I receive a call from Tosaka. Regarding the incident at school, it seems like there are a lot fewer victims than we had thought. It must be because Ryder, the servant who set up the bandit field, was defeated quickly. From what I understand, the students that were in the same classroom as Ryder need to stay longer in the hospital, but most of them just have anemia. School's not going to close down, and we'll be having classes like usual tomorrow.
シロ、リンは何と言ってきたのですか？
ああ、学校はいつも通りだって。だから明日も学校に行ってキャスターのマスターを探すことになる。
Seems a bit laissez-faire of the education system to go. Mass fainting incident? Well, if you're not dying, go back to school.
そうですか。では、あの建物にいた人々に大事はなかったのですね。
一部を除いてはな。あ、藤根が帰ってこないのは職員会議か何かで。
Very American. I know, that's why it's weird. We're in Japan. You'd think they'd care a lot more.
それはよかった。大河のことですから、明日の朝には何事もなく食卓に座っているでしょう。
Yeah, I'm relieved too. Well, she has extraordinary strength, so I wasn't worried once I heard that everyone was safe.
ではシロ、先ほどの話の続きですが。
Saber leans over the table with a serious expression.
やっぱり諦めてなかったのか、セイバー。
当然です。昨夜のような失態を繰り返さないためにも、私はシロの部屋で眠ります。
I can't let this guy go anywhere on his own. Of course I have complaints. Having Saber sleep in my room is like telling me to die. Get it together, man.
あれほど離れた場所からの遠隔催眠にかかるあなたが悪い。私ではキャスターの魔術からシロを守ることはできないのですから、 せめて同じ部屋にいるのは当然でしょう。
Really is a skill issue that you can't just not be hypnotized from the 5 miles away.
魔
That
術
is
の
true.
感知が近ければ近いほどいい。キャスターが白を狙うのなら私とて離れて眠るなどできません。
いや、それは全くもって正論なんだが、セイバー。
I don't think Caster would use the same strategy since she failed once already. That's what I think, but if I were to say that to Saber right now...
甘い。先ほどのデザート、白玉あんみつチョコまんじゅう並みに甘い。そのような考えだからこそ、キャスターなどという土下道にたぶらかされて、
You know, I don't think she would say that exactly.
ねじれ曲がった野郎に罵倒されるのです。
Your inner voice for Saber is very interesting, Shirou. It'll be something like that.
聞いているのですか、シロ。私が女性だから
His mind does love food analogies, but then again, he does do a lot of
シロ
cooking.
の部屋で睡眠をとりますから、夜な夜な土蔵などに逃げ出さぬように。
You better not fucking run to your man cave again. Saber glares at me. Ooh, she even anticipated that I was going to run away to the shed. I'll have to hold out and try to get her to agree on a compromise.
わかった。セイバーにはすぐ近くで眠ってもらう。
ようやく承知しましたか。ええ、マスターとしてそれが当然
You better fucking listen to me for once, boy.
けど、何も同じ部屋ってわけじゃないぞ。俺の部屋、隣に空き部屋があるのを知ってるだろう。襖で締め切った向こう。
Your D&D character got a reputation for falling for hypnosis multiple times. Again, skill issue. Wouldn't happen to me.
ええ、
I am unhypnotable.
それが何か。
That's a mess of suffixes.
その寝込みを守るってならあそこで十分だろう。いや、そもそも同じ部屋で寝てたら敵だって入ってこない。むしろすぐ隣でセイバーが待機しててくれた方が油断して襲ってきた敵を撃退できるじゃないか。
I think she'd rather the enemy not come at all, Shirou. Oh, I feel like I'm making sense here.
それで十分だろう、セイバー。正直あの狭い部屋で2人っていうのも無理がある。物理的に眠れない。サーバントとして
He's really working it here. He's trying his best.
今夜はやけに弁が立ちますね、シロ。わかりました。多少言い訳じみたものを感じますが、いいでしょう。その案で手を。
Yeah, she's tiny, dude. She could fit in there. Good. Man, being a master is hard enough. If I sleep in the same room as Saber on top of that, my processor will overheat. When are you a computer? You're not smart enough to be a computer. With that, the chaotic day comes to an end. It's becoming a habit to train the Saber until 11 and spend an hour doing my routine in the shed. Brother, no wonder you're insane if you only get 6 hours of sleep every night. I get back to my room when the date changes and hear Saber's breathing as she sleeps. I feel myself getting flustered from the thought and try to keep my cool as I get in bed. I close my eyes, shaking away any thoughts, and tell myself to get to sleep as soon as possible.
そう簡単に眠れるか、バカ。
No wonder Shirou acts weird. He gets like less than 6 hours of sleep a night. I try my best not to think about Saber and look back at what happened today. The Red School. A field of blood that would have created lots of victims had we not stopped it. That blows any frivolous thoughts away. The students collapsed in the red classroom. She was desperately bearing the sight of Ryder collapse on the floor, the students that looked like corpses. Oh, I remember. At that moment, I was able to find out a deep part of her.
次に会ったら殺すわ。だって敵同士でしょ、私たち。
Though she acts like a distinguished maid, she's never crossed the final line. She's brave, strong, and has a charming regality about her, but she's also incredibly good-natured. That difference must be her burden, the one area where she fumbles. The more she tries to act like a mage, the more she denies herself.
いや、俺も人のことは言えないか。
It's true. Rin loves to threaten to kill you and then go like, oh, I've never killed anybody before, this is hard. I'm scared of that, actually. I sigh and pull the covers over my face. How do I put this? I'd like to do what I can to support such a perfect girl. But there must be something unscrewed in my head to think such a thing. She's simply the perfect woman, chat room. Let me save. This is the perfect opportunity, actually, henchmen. I will be right back to you because I have to use the restroom. This is a perfect opportunity to take a little break at the save screen here, so I will be right back. Please wait warmly, as I will return in but a moment. Alright, you goobers, I'm back. My goober henchbuns. That's you. That's you. I'm describing you right now. Well, that's okay because I love you. Let us continue reading. As we do. I might have already saved, but that's fine, whatever. No, wait, no, because it automatically continues when I save, so I didn't. February 7th. Interval level 1. Okay. I feel like if you have more than one number in your chapter title, but whatever. I'm dreaming. Again. Many sentences start like this. Like blood flowing through a thin circuit, I see a memory that I can't reach. For what did he fight and keep running? He never told anyone his innermost feelings. Everyone around him saw him as an eccentric. And on top of it all, he wore a mask of stoicism and few words, so others must have believed him ruthless. His objectives were unknown, or at the very least, nobody was informed or found out. Even after becoming a hero, burdened with so many things, he never once let his intentions slip. And so nobody was able to grasp his character even at the end. Nobody understood. Though he was a convenient hero that saved lives, his motives and ends were left in the dark. Thus, it inevitably came to be that all would feel uneasy by his presence. So he should have claimed at least one such reason. Greed, fame, selfishness, revenge, devotion. A clearer reason that would have been so universally understood. Had he but one such thing, this end would not have come. His reward for success was always betrayal. The things he picked up sifted through his fingers like sand. He got used to it. Like a fool, he got used to it. From the beginning, his reward... It was not what he received from those he saved, but the act of saving them itself. The repetition of it makes me so mad that I want to punch him, but it also makes me want to cry. The reason he was called a hero, his intentions were never revealed to anyone. Those around him never came to know, and even he, the only one who could know, eventually forgot. This all inherently makes me just want to cry. On the long, long path from the start to the finish, he miraculously never once strayed from his original purpose, despite no longer knowing what was and was no longer right. And the end comes. A savior is nothing but a nuisance to those who are not saved. He understands his own powers and the extent of the world. He accepts there are those that he can and cannot save. And so he wanted those within sight to be happy, at least. Many others despised him, decrying his hypocrisy and narrow rules. He had more enemies than allies, and he died abruptly at their hands. So, what is seen here is not a location in this world. This place is his end. It is nothing other than the illusion he saw on the verge of death, and the only pride he had within himself. The hero that used this view as his weapon is consumed by his own darkness in his final moment. He arrives at the Hill of Swords. The end of his battle came on a mound with rusted, ownerless blades. Alone after all. Even then, there was nothing to regret if he was able to save everyone within view. He smiles with satisfaction and lets go of the sword. That's why he never had any regrets. His objective had long been fulfilled. From the start, he kept on running with utmost effort, not for himself, but for those who had nothing to do with him. Alright. I rub my heavy eyelids and get up. It's 5:30 a.m. I don't feel sleepy, so I guess I was able to sleep well despite everything. You are simple. That's the truest thing you've ever said about yourself, Shirou. I grumble while getting out of bed and change into my uniform. I can hear faint breathing if I listen carefully. Saber's presence is apparent even from the other side of the door.
朝飯だ。朝飯を作ろう。
That's good, good. I shake the intrusive thought out of my head and tiptoe out of my room. It was kind of gas. I like those. I've always, in the Fate route, I like them too, is like the dream flashbacks to Saber's life that were kind of vague and, well, dreamlike. That's that good writing. The breakfast table. My expectation that it would be a quiet breakfast considering what happened yesterday.
そこでそのお医者さん、なんて言ったと思う？藤村さんは稀に見る健康体ですから、献血でもしていったらどうですか？うわっはっはっはだよ。
だよ?
私だって病人だって言うの。ああ、もう次からあんなところ行かないんだから。
Is overturned by Fujine, who is even more hyper today. If this were a horse race, this situation is both the dark horse and also somehow the most likely winner. What does that even mean?
お味噌汁おかわり。玉ねぎ抜いてね。
はいよ。で、それから倒れた生徒はいろんな病院に運ばれたって言うけど、みんなすぐに気がついたのか？
そうね。個人差はあるけど、昨日中には回復したはずよ。4回。1年生の子たちはただ眠ってたのと大差なくて、2年生の子たちは記憶が。
Everybody's fine. Nobody got the juices sucked out as badly as in the Fate route, I guess. It seemed the bounded field thing went a lot worse in the Fate route. No one really died in that one either, but I think it was worse there. Fujine looks down as though it's difficult for her to talk about. I feel bad. All last night, Fujine went to one hospital after another. The classrooms on the first floor. She just saw what kind of condition the 3A and 3B students were in.
ごめん、この話はもうやめる。ともかく、学校はいつも通りなんだろ
？Yeah, they were like there were some of those kids were in like comas, yeah. And I think they just straight up canceled school in that route too. If I remember right. I see. Then it'll mainly be first years and second years coming to school today.
なあ、藤根、うちの学校でさ、竜道寺の関係者。
Yeah, I guess, yeah, Ryder did immediately just get got after setting up the bounded field.
一星君じゃないの？彼、お寺の跡取りでしょ？
だよな。はい、なんでもないから忘れてくれ。
Nani? I set down my bowl as I look up at the ceiling to think. The only person at our school that has to do with the temple is Issei. But it's too rash to assume so easily that he's a master, and most importantly, I don't think he could be.
じゃあ行ってくる。留守番よろしくな、セイバー。
シローも気をつけて。あの校舎から結界がなくなったとしても、キャスターのマスターがいる以上は油断できません。
Please don't fuck this up. Don't fuck it up, Shirou. We're always telling Shirou not to fuck it up. And then he fucks it up anyways, but you know.
キャスターのマスターを見つけたら、まずここに帰ってきて、セイバーに報告するよ。
はい。期待に添えるよう、私も魔力を回復させておきましょう。
Saber sees me off as I leave the gate. Fujine seems to have some things to take care of regarding the incident yesterday, so she finished her breakfast quickly and went to the hospital immediately. Everything at school doesn't look any different even after what happened. It's 7:30 a.m. and the school gate is crowded with students. The students are talking about what happened yesterday and seem to be creating a fuss over it. And, in the middle of it all, in front of the school gate, there stands Tosaka waiting with her arms crossed. What is she angry about now? I have a bad feeling about this. I have a bad feeling, but I can't sneak past her when she's standing in the middle of the school gate.
よ、おはよう、遠坂。今日は遅いんだな。
I stop and greet her on the way to the school building. Shirou, you always know exactly what to say.
一星が怪しいと思うのよ。
Whoa. The first thing that came out of her mouth is straight to the point. Blocks your path, that's right.
キャスターのマスター、竜道寺に巣を張ってるキャスターと竜道寺から学校に通ってる一星。これで因果関係がないはず。
That is true. You'd think like everybody at the temple would be fucked up, but Issei seems fine.
ないって。そんなの偶然の一致かもしれ
Come
ない
on,
だろ。
Shirou. I know he's like your semi-boyfriend and all, but I try to defend Issei.
そんなわけないじゃない。いい？ここ数週間、竜道寺の山門はずっと閉じられているのよ。部外者は入れないし、寺から外に出てきたのは一星ぐらいのもんなんだから。これで怪しくなかったら、真犯人は誰でもいいってレベルでしょ？
あのさ、外に出ないって言うけど、普通お坊さんは頻繁に寺から出てこないもんじゃないのか？
バカ、あんたいつの時代の人間よ。檀家周りあっての総門でしょ。山寺に引きこもってお賽銭だけで食っていけるんだ。
I don't think that's true. I don't think you could shave your head, Rin. I don't think you've got that in you. I think you like your hair too much. Tosaka is surprisingly serious. If Issei were here, I'm sure he'd be yelling at her for being an offering thief. Issei did also say that in the Fate route, you're right. Let me be clear, Rin says. I'm interested in what's going on at the temple, but that's not the problem. Right now, let's be mindful of our surroundings. We're at the school gate. We're surrounded by students on their way to school, and they're frozen hearing the school idol ranting like a madwoman.
何よその目。何？エミヤ君は一星をかばうってわけ？うん、いいわよ私は。あなたが現実的な推測を無視するって言うんなら、こっちだって勝手にやるんだから。
Yeah, the school's idol's the only one that doesn't realize this situation.
ちょっとこっち来い。
何よ、逃げる気？
逃げない。いいからこっち。
I pull Tosaka's hand and start walking.
ちょっとエミヤ君。
She can complain later. Let me just get out of here as soon as possible. The morning practice must be cancelled due to yesterday's incident, but because the archery range is empty. I'm glad. We won't attract any attention here. So the remaining problem is Tosaka, who's staring me down.
分かってる。遠坂の言いたいことぐらい俺だって分かってる。分かってるからそんな顔するな。遠坂にすねられるとどうしていいか分からない。
すねてなんかない。
I'm stunned by the immediate comeback, but I have to deal with her calmly. Issei's life is on the line. Knowing Tosaka, I bet she would do something crazy to test Issei.
あなたこそごまかさないで。キャスターの本拠地
The fact that Rin is so sure it's Issei makes me lean even harder towards it being a red
だって言う
herring.
のにどうしてそれを無視するのよあなたは。
Tosaka yells at me. It may be true, but I don't think Issei is the master for a different reason.
何よ、反論があるっていうの？
But if I gave some half-assed reason, I would most likely die before Issei. I'm so scared of this woman. At the same time, I can't leave Tosaka like this, so I have to convince her somehow.
よし。どうしても一星が怪しいって言うんだな、遠坂は。
Rin loves being 90% correct. She has approximate knowledge of many things.
そうよ。エミヤ君にはわからないかもしれないけど、今の竜道寺はとにかく変なの。
I could tell that it was strange. It's not that hard.
目白にしているってこともあるんだけど、それにしたって揺らぎが大きすぎるっていうか、集まりやすい。
She's so full.
集まりやすい。
Caster's getting big and round on all that soul energy.
街から吸い上げてるっていう魔力のこと？
うん、それは関係ないことだから気にしないで。
Okay, what are you talking about now? Why do you look embarrassed about it? Nah, you're way more suspicious than Issei right now, Tosaka.
ともかくそんなところから涼しい顔でやってきてる時点であいつは怪しいの。
I love her hair flipping animation, by the way. I love that they drew sprites for her hair like flipping up and down. I think it's cute.
今回の件はちょうどいいわ。
Tosaka is serious. I had always heard that they didn't get along, but I didn't know it was this bad. Actually, what the heck did Issei do to earn this from her anyway? I'm a bit curious about what can make Tosaka dramatically violent. No, now's not the time for that.
そうだな。一世の立場が疑わしいってのには俺も同感だ。
当然よ。これ以上かばったりしたらそれこそ同罪なんだから。
だから一世のことは俺に任せてくれ。
Oh, good. Fucking Detective Shirou's on the case. Whoa. The look she gives me says she doesn't trust me at all.
信じろ。一世が友人だ。
I wouldn't trust Shirou either. He has the deduction abilities of a rock.
だいたいそんな心配はいらないんだ。一世があんな非道をするわけないんだから。
The silent onslaught continues. I imagine Tosaka is worried that I might do just that and go easy on him. Which is fair enough, so I'll just have to take this scrutiny. I can only get her to trust me.
わかったわよ。一世のことはあなたに任せる。
父さん。
I sigh with relief.
けど、どうやって見極めるのよ。エミヤくん、マスターの見分け方覚えたの？
Tosaka asks me the fundamental defect in this proposal. Owned. She saw right through your bitch ass.
まさかいつもの調子で、おい一世、お前マスター。
He was definitely going to do exactly that. That was definitely his entire plan.
いくら協力関係でもね、そんなたわけたことをやろうって言うんなら。
She's got you read like a fucking book, brother. Owned. She's mad. Seriously mad.
また、大丈夫。聞かなくてもマスターかどうかわかる手段はある。一世の件は今日中に白黒つけるから。父さんはおとなしくして
I promise I have it figured out. I promise.
結果が分かったら連絡を入れるから。
そうね。協力関係
You'd better. She starts walking, making a gesture that obviously tells me she's not convinced.
信頼してるわ。けど、あんまりバカなことはしないでよ。もし一世がそうだった場合、下手な行動は命取りになるんだから。
Tosaka says and heads back to the school building. Once I see her off,
あれ今の、もしかして。
I belatedly realized that she was really just worried about me. He's not the smartest, he's not the brightest bulb in the box, this guy. It's lunchtime, so I go to the student council room.
邪魔するぞ。
I say and open the door.
おう、今日はここで昼食か、エミヤ。
Issei is eating lunch by himself inside. Good, this is convenient.
どうだ、調子は。昨日の事件、どんな塩梅になったんだよ。
I sit at the table and try to act casual.
それが説明されずじまいだ。1階の空き教室に置かれていた薬品がどうしたとか、そんな当たり障りのない話だよ。
That's weird,
昨日の午後
but
から
okay.
朝まで散々校舎を調べ回って出た結論
What, do they think it was like a gas leak or something? I mean, I guess so. It is, gas leaks are on the news recently. He seems unhappy as he bites into a stiff carrot.
しかしお前も運がいいな。昼休みから珍しくサボりかと思えばなお逃れたという。うん。普段の行いがようやく報われたということか。
People are always giving Shirou very backhanded compliments, I've noticed. This time, he sips on his tea happily. Well, this is awkward. It doesn't seem like the right time to interrogate him, so I'll wait for a while and see. Damn, there's only 5 minutes left before break is up.
どうしたエミヤ何かひらめいたか
ひらめきはしないが思い出した。のんきに弁当食ってる場合じゃなかった。
You sure don't, man. Rin's gonna kill you. Your clock is ticking, buddy. I hurriedly wrap my lunch bag up and face Issei.
不穏な空気言っておくが金を無心はするな
It's a really funny thing to assume.
ねだられてもないものはない
I get up from my chair. There's no time. I just have to dive right in.
一世、何も聞かずに上着を脱ぐ。
Why is there so much yaoi in this route? I demand as firmly as possible.
なんでそう
だから制服を脱げ。上着だけじゃなくてシャツもだ。
Why is there so much BL in this route? First that shit with Archer, now this.
裸じゃないと意味がない。
I mean, he was kind of flirty with Issei in the first route, but yes, this music is perfect. This isn't going to work unless you're stripped.
何を言い出すかと思えば
Is this a new method of debate?
相手の押し問答かそもそも
What are we debating? Your sexuality?
そう、せっぱせっぱ。いいから脱げ。放課後になったら手遅れなんだ。
I grab at Issei.
なあ
If only Rin knew what Shirou had planned, she'd approve. She'd be fujuing the fuck out. Issei, we must mana transfer right now. In the end, there was no command spell on Issei's body. You checked his whole body, did you? Everywhere? Are you sure? I searched thoroughly, but I didn't see anything that looked like a command spell. You searched everywhere. Really, every cavity? Every nook and cranny?
よかった。いや、ほんとよかった。
Every hole? I nod to myself.
何が良いものか貴様ここまでやっておきながら
He's disappointed. What, you stripped me and didn't even do anything? What's the fucking point then?
なあ、そうか。悪かった、一世。事情は話せないんだが、どうしても調べたいことがあったんだ。
Where's the fucking
それも済んだから。
CG of him stripping the other man, Takeuchi, you heterosexual coward? I bow my head and apologize.
悪いことをしたと思うのなら謝罪の一つもするというもの
Issei goes silent with a serious expression. But now it's back to square one. If Issei, who has ties with Ryudo Temple, is innocent, then there's no one else that could be applicable as a caster's master.
なあ、一世。最近、寺の方で変わったことはないか？
変わったことという
わからない。ただ、今までとは違うこととかないかな。
そうだな最近の話なら見慣れない女が一人いるぐらい
I remember in the Fate route, he also said there was like somebody visiting the temple.
親父も兄貴たちも静かなもんだぞ
Issei says calmly, "A new woman? Could that be Caster? Well, I'm sure that servant would pretend to be a human without a problem. Or could that woman be Caster's master? Should I try and ask Issei? Maybe. Yeah, we should try asking him. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'll try asking him. She's not one to reveal herself even to Issei, but I might be able to get some clues. Issei does live at the temple."
一世、その見慣れない女ってどんなやつなんだ？外国から来たとか、いつもターバンみたいな布で顔を隠しているとか。
That's weirdly specific.
なんだそれはそのような怪しい女ならばすぐさま放り出している
What a weirdly specific image you've conjured in your mind, Shirou.
兄貴などは毒札なんだと喜んでおるが俺は不思議と気に入っていてな 一度しか話したことはないのだが、悪ぶっているように見えるが根は善人だ。
ありゃ、聞いてみるもんだな。一星が女の人を
That's
褒める
rare
なんて
for you to praise a woman?
もしかして惚れたのか？
Curious.
バカを言うな、タケ。俺が感心したのは、あの女が自分でも気づいていない部分の話だ。大体だな。兄と仰ぐ総一郎の相手に下装するなど。
Issei suddenly stops talking and lowers his face. Curious. He might have felt dizzy as he falls face down on the table and doesn't move.
どうした、一星？
Are you good, man?
いや、体の調子が悪いのではない。
He lifts himself suddenly. I laugh, picturing him like a wind-up doll, suddenly full of energy. Oh, okay. I don't even look at my slashed stomach. My eyes go to the knife in Issei's hand. Wow, that went from 0 to 100 real fast. Yeah, okay, I knew... I figured this was what was going on. This makes sense, yeah. Yeah, she's activated Bites the Dust. A voice that doesn't belong to Issei comes out of his mouth. When I realize it's the voice of the servant I met at Ryudo Temple. Womp womp. It's like I'm looking in a mirror. My consciousness fades from the blood loss. The wound, the pain from the wound reaching my organs isn't causing my consciousness to fade. Instead of death from blood loss, eager to deny the sight before me, my mind rapidly freezes my consciousness. Issei falls down before me, without knowing what's going on. I collapse onto the floor from my knees. I don't even press on my own wound, and I stare blankly at the face of my friend, who is now just a corpse. Womp womp. There's a bad end for you. Well, I guess now we know what's going on. That one I kind of figured. Well, let's go to the Tiger Dojo anyways. What are you fucking doing? What are you blabbering about? Why is everything exploding in the Tiger Dojo? No, it did not teach me anything. I'll keep asking questions. This is totally fate. Yeah, I was like, why are they referencing Cosmos from Xenosaka? Like, it was so ridiculous, I'm like, they can't be doing it on purpose, but Moscos. Two, three. They're all hypnotized by Caster, yes. Oh, okay. Thanks for explaining. Kill. That's oddly specific. But I did see that bad end in the Fate route, I guess. Caster wa Aku. I don't know, that seems like an evil thing to do. I'm a bit evil. I would turn people into my meat puppets. Yeah, you would say this. That's like your number one thing to do in all the bad endings.
あ、思い出した。イリアちゃんもっと
That's right.
後ろにやってきたじゃない。ちくしょう、バレたかこんちくしょ
Hey, you can't say that. This is a family-friendly Tiger Dojo.
うめ。なぜかその市内には勝てません。当然よ。この道場では魔術は一切禁止なんだから。弟子1号が私に勝つには野生のライオン
Or a modern weapon.
しかないんだから。さあ、いい加減反省した？
No.
はーい、反省してます。もう悪いことはいたしません。いい子だ。これで少年の願いも叶ったというもの。喜べ弟分。
Hylia is more behaved in this route.
はいはい、今回はおとなしくしてればいいんでしょ。まあ、いつも暴れっぱなしっていうのも芸がないしね。フィンルートでは
I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't trust like that. I think you're lying about that part.
なあ、そこまで考えていたというの？反則コスだけでは飽き足らず、本編でそんな美味しいシチュエーションさえ演じるなんて。
That's scary.
イリア、怖い子。
That's great. Do not trust that child. Okay, we won't ask him questions that make him activate his fucking Manchurian candidate code. No, it'll be too dangerous to keep on talking about this. Issei lives at Ryudo Temple after all. If I make him suspicious about this woman, then he might get curious and do something. And also stab me to death. And if that woman is a master, Issei would be in danger. This is it for today. I'll call it good since I found out that Issei has nothing to do with the Holy Grail War. All we had to do was take all his clothes off to find out.
さくら、今日学校休んでるのか？
シンジも休んでいただろう。
Uh-oh.
二人とも無断欠席。うちで何かあったのではないかと職員室で問題になっている。
I'd be concerned too. I'm at a loss for words. Being confronted with a problem that I had forgotten. Fucking forgot about Sakura. That's weird. You ever just forget about Sakura?
昼休みも終わりだな。教室に戻ろう。
Issei ushers me out of the student council room. All the while, the thoughts of Sakura being absent and what happened to Shinji after losing Ryder swirl in my head. Interlude. Ooh. An interlude, you say? Oh, okay. I'm sure this'll go well. The sound was like hitting steel. He arrived there still breathing heavily. His footsteps are loud and their rhythm is erratic. Staggering forward, he leaves the door flung wide open. He can hardly stay on his feet, pulled forward only by his falling body. He looks around. The church is empty after morning service. Light is only provided by the sun streaking through the windows above. The silence creates a solemn air, and the still atmosphere creates a profound stillness. His very presence is heresy. No, that would be wrong. He did not merely come to this place. With ragged breath and unfocused eyes, with shaking limbs that wither and sway, he desperately fled for shelter. That is the true answer. His wretchedness is that of prey fleeing from a predatory hound.
戦いが始まって6日。ここに足を運んだのは君が初めてだ。
He forces his body upright. Just when did this man appear? With bloodshot eyes, he peers at the priest standing at the altar and mutters incoherently. The priest frowns. He cannot fully understand the boy, but assumes he is here to ask for help. He wants protection. The master who lost his servant may ask for protection under the condition that he withdraws from the war. That place of refuge, that last sanctuary, is this church. And the master of this place, Kirei Kotomine, is the priest.
では戦いを放棄するのか少年
Sure. The boy responds to that solemn voice with a sparking flame.
当たり前だ。僕に死ねって言うのか。いいか。サーバントがいないんじゃ殺しようがないし、マスターなんてやってられない。
Alright, man. Just chill out.
いわば被害者側だろ。
Just chill out a little bit.
一方的に殺すなんて不公平じゃないか。
The priest does not answer, and only looks at the intruder. He looks beyond the boy, as if to peer beneath the skin, bone, and sinew to that which lies beneath.
なんだよ。なんか文句あるのかよ、お前。
意見などない君は今回一人目の放棄者であり我が教会始まって以来の使用者だ管理者としてここに根付いた父に代わり
なんだよ。リタイアしたのは僕だけだっていうのか。
I don't think your grandfather's gonna have to worry about it much.
こんなことじいさんに知られたらなんて言われるか。ああ、それもこれもお前たちのせいだぞ。ナイフって数をつかませやがって。あんまりにも。
I mean, I don't know. Ryder was really hard to kill in the Fate Route. This one seems like a skill issue. He pounds his fist into the floor in a rage. The sound echoes like a bell. The priest smiles with great interest.
ではライダーは役に立たなかったと
そうだよ。たく。
Yeah, he is seething.
叩きやがって。あいつ、この僕があんなに手を貸してやったのに、あっけなく死にやがった。あれなら他のサーバントの方がよっぽど役に立ったんだ。ああ、それと僕はうまくやった。ちゃんとじいさんの言いつけ通りやって。
If you say so. Guy who got eliminated from the competition first.
だっていうのにあいつら揃って邪魔をしやがって。2対1だぞ。
2 against 1. Okay, so I bet I'm right then that it was caster and assassin.
そうだ。負けたのは僕のせいじゃない。
He is such a whiner.
単にサーバントの質の差なんだ。それをあいつら偉そうに勝ち誇った顔しやがって。
And then he squirms on the ground. Jesus, what a baby. He strikes the floor bitterly, laments his misfortune, and obsesses over his obstacles. But his resentful voice dissipates quickly. Hatred of such a level cannot break the silence of this church.
くそー。くそくそくそくそー。
He repeats his cries of agony. In the midst of it, footsteps. The priest's steps echo through the room as if they were shattering the frozen air. The father slowly puts his hand on the child's shoulder.
つまり君にはまだ戦う覚悟はあるということだな
What are you up to? He looks down at the loser and says so with a gentle voice. He cannot understand the priest's words. The clergy in black was a polite smile on his face.
君は運がいいちょうど一人手の空いている
Oh, right, Lancer. You're gonna give Lancer to this guy? The priest offers a new salvation, barely able to restrain a rapturous joy. Are you kidding me? That's not gonna go well. What? Shinji is not gonna put Lancer to good use. He probably just thinks it's funny. He probably just wants to see Shinji get owned again, because it would be funny. And he's right. School's over. Probably because of yesterday's incident, students are not allowed to remain at the school for any reason. Lancer will hate him. That'll also be funny. There's still time until the sun sets. So, worried about Sakura, have to contact Tosaka. Meat's on sale today. Those are the three things Shirou cares about. Sakura, Tosaka, getting meat on sale. Now let's go talk to Tosaka.
だよな。遠坂が一斉に襲いかかる前にちゃんと潔白だったって言っとかないと。
I should hurry. Before their relationship suffers beyond repair, I have to let my hot-headed partner know. Can't stop thinking about meat after that moment, what do you say? Yeah, I bet. Then, after searching everywhere else first, I stopped once more at Classroom 2A, where the final blow was dealt. She didn't give a fuck after all. You gotta own Shirou. Rin does as she pleases. This is starting to feel stupid. I can just call her once I get home. Fair enough. Should have gone for the meat, I guess. I check the school directory as soon as I get home and call Tosaka's. The phone rings. After calling dozens of times right before I'm ready to give up, she picks up. The voice on the other end is definitely Tosaka's. What? Why do you think it would be Archer? Why would Archer call you? What is her problem today? I can't tell whether she's disappointed or relieved. I can't grasp Tosaka's reaction that well through the phone. What is your fucking problem today? I don't have anything else to say, but there is one other thing that bothers me. I can feel Tosaka's bewilderment through the phone. After a brief moment of silence... Suspicious. She states the obvious in a cold voice and hangs up. Suspicious. What is she up to? Dinner ends before I realize it. I came home, trained with Saber in the dojo. Fujine came home. I made dinner. The three of us ate. And now it's already past 8 p.m.
Saber-chan, もしかしてあっちじゃ有名な達人さんなの? Saber-ちゃんが教え出してからこっち、シローったら別人みたいなんだけど。それは私も驚いています。ですが、シローの死は別にいるようですから。
Keeps watching that other man and learning his sword techniques. We're having our post-meal tea. It's good that Fujine and Saber are getting along. I don't want to interrupt, so I sip on my tea quietly and rest my body. Saber's training really did a number on me. She seems to feel that way. I like that they get along. It's cute. Saber nods emotionally and sips on her tea. Then... I think it's cute that Saber gets along with Fujine. Fujine corrects her while biting on a rice cracker. Saber looks at me with surprise.
まあそうだけど、親父が死んでからは使わなかったからな。
そうよ。シロ、暇さえあればキリツグさんと試合してたのに、キリツグさんが亡くなったら途端に竹刀を持たなくなってさ、私は悲しかったな。
Munch, munch. Taiga nibbles on the rice cracker while resting her head on the table. I have a bad feeling about this. Or rather, I can predict what's about to happen. When Fujine gets like this, the conversation always goes to
ああ、どうしてかな。
Kendo
あの
boy.
頃は剣道少年だったのに、
Kendo
今じゃ
shonen.
風太郎だよ。そりゃお世辞にも剣の才能はなかったけど、弓道はちょっとこの子大丈夫なのかなって思うぐらいだったのにやめちゃうしさ。
やっぱりそうきたか。藤ね、昔の話なんてやめろよな。後ろ向きだぞ、そういうの。
I glare at her. Fujine sulks and eats her rice cracker. Phew. She backed off this time.
ほう、シローの幼年期の話ですか、タイガ。
Uh-oh. She was over it. Why'd you have to bring it back up, Saber?
何？聞きたい聞きたい。
Uh-oh. You've awoken the beast. The fucking zoom in. I am interested. I'm interested in this.
よーし、ならお姉ちゃん話してあげよっかな。
The morale of the Fujimura army goes up due to reinforcements from the Saber camp. Not like I can stop her now. I don't want to interrupt, so I'll quietly drink my tea. I'll focus on resting like originally planned.
それでね、今はこんなにひねくれちゃったけど、子供の頃は可愛かったのよ。人のことを疑わなかったし、お願いすれば何でも二つ返事で引き受けてくれたり。でも妙に頑固なところがあってね、一度決めたことはなかなか変えなかったりしたっけ。そのあたり、キリツグさんとは正反対だったかな。キリツグはシローとは正反対だったのですか？
She sure is interested. Saber's kind of funny in this group. She's like way more interested in learning about Shirou.
そうだよ。キリツグさんは何でもオッケーって人だったから、いいことも悪いことも人それぞれ人生になるようになるさって人だったな。そのくせ困ってる人を見たら何とかしちゃうのよね。シローもそんなキリツグさんの真似ばっかりしてた。シローはキリツグさんよりはっきりしてたから、悪いことはダメだって町のいじめっ子をバンバン叩いてたっけ。その時からシローは正義の味方だったんだ。
Some sort of masked rider. Fujine happily talks about boring things. And besides Fujine,
なぜシローは正義の味方なのですか？
Saber asks a simple question.
いや、なぜって聞かれても困る。単に憧れてるからじゃないか。
憧れている。その正義の味方に。
まあそうだけど。
It makes me embarrassed when she says stuff like justice straight to my face.
それはどうして？
どうしてって、それは。
It occurs to me just then. There's really no reason for it. I've admired people like that since I was a kid. I tried to be of help to people and support anyone that was sad to the best of my ability. That hasn't changed even now. But the reason behind it, why did I try to be of help to people? You can leave your dream to me. That is the answer. The last moment of the person that meant everything to me. He died peacefully because of something I said. I wanted to protect that trust he had in me, even after he died, so that he would be able to rest in peace for an eternity. But is it really the real reason? Listen, buddy, it's all cope. I hear my name and come to my senses.
いや、悪い。
No matter what the reason is, it's all cope. I stood up, overwhelmed with unexplainable anxiety. I leave the living room as if fleeing that feeling. No ifs about it. I ran. That was a simple question, but I was scared that something might come to light when Saber looked at me with those eyes.
なんで？何が怖いってんだ、俺は。
An uneasiness that even I don't understand myself. A shapeless fear, nausea welling up. I hurried to my room, trying to suppress a headache. I'm scared of who I really am. Fujine went home, saying she had work left to do tonight. Saber is sleeping in the room next to mine, just like yesterday. I stare into the darkness, unable to sleep again. It's not that I can't sleep because I'm conscious of Saber. Why would he act like that? Those words. It's because that question still remains in my heart. She asked me why, and I said I found them admirable. It's obvious why I ran away then. Because if she asked me why I admired them, I would have nothing to say in response. No, I do have an answer. But something is keeping me from saying it aloud.
正義の味方である理由。
Why ask that now? I was desperate to be like Kiritsugu when I was a kid. I admired people like him because there was an ideal that I could not fulfill. That should be the source of it all. The true form of the ideal that I have now. No, the ideal that I've had for the past 10 years. If I could save someone... I glared up at the sky, thinking that it would be a lie unless I could save everything. But which one is the lie? The ideal of justice that I admired? The older I get, the more I stray from it. The ignorant child that knew no bounds grew up, gained knowledge, and learned of a limit. Yet some truly cannot be saved. Miracles are beyond human ability. Even then, I believed that I could become like Kiritsugu when I grew up. Yet all I gained was the wisdom to decide that ideals are just that. All I can do is clean up afterwards. Even though I was made acutely aware that it's meaningless, I've continued doing what I can. Even if that means just saving one person. Though my goal was to save as many lives as I could, I've lost and discarded things along the way. All so I wouldn't lose the most important part. Though reality continuously knocks me down, if my heart does not accept defeat, I can stand strong even if it's a bluff. That ideal. The ideal where nobody is hurt is wonderful. You can leave your dream to me. Yes, if no one's going to. I just thought that I would inherit this dream myself. That's why I have to become a hero of justice. I have to succeed Kiritsugu and protect what he longed for. How good would it be if everyone would just carry on as before without making any sacrifices?
そんなものはこの世のどこにもありはしない。
うるさい。やってみなくちゃわからないだろう。
Shut up, Archer in my brain. I desperately reject the words that popped up in the back of my head. He said to drown in my ideals, and also die. Ominous words, as if he could prognosticate my very fate. Wow, prognosticate is a big word for you, Shirou. I didn't know you knew that one. Good place to save. My dear stray dead. Then I see his dream. The memory of the man who was celebrated as a hero. The story of a knight who was not understood by anyone. It is a simple story. At the very heart of the matter, there was something wrong with him. You're telling me. He had a reasonable amount of power and a fair amount of ambition. Yet, he used his strength in the wrong places from beginning to end and died a miserable death. It came as a reasonable consequence. Power exists to grant your own wishes. Pity does no good for others. There's a balance because the actions you take come back to you, or so Kirei regularly says. One is fed because their actions circulate to generate more vitality. But not having that means never being replenished. If one lives for someone else instead of oneself, it's obvious they would run out of energy right away. It would be like money if it were disposable. If others use it, then there is nothing left for you. It's easy to take advantage of, and it's a given that it will be used. That's why, in the end, he saw many betrayals, and his life was ended by someone he saved. It just makes me mad. I want to know why. He worked hard and made superhuman effort even though he was an ordinary person, and he accomplished a miracle with his own blood. His reward for that was betrayal and death, and though it seemed ludicrous, he died satisfied. It's not my place to criticize another's life. It's not my place, but I can't stand that one major point. I've had this dream multiple times now, and that is my belief. Usually, I wake up here. Yet, it seems like this morning there's more to this dream. He was standing in that hell. It is a scene of devastation by natural means rather than human hands. I would make a contract. I will serve after death, and in return, I would take compensation now. He weaves a spell of contract. Thus, he was changed as if possessed, and saved those who would normally not be saved. Oh, this must be how he became a heroic spirit. From this perspective, it isn't really that great of a compensation. He probably saved a number not even in the hundreds. This is barely qualification as a hero with such a small number, and normally it wouldn't count for the level of a heroic spirit. Yet the number is irrelevant. The qualification is one who surpasses human bounds and is able to change the fate of those destined to die. Something that upends fate itself. Doesn't matter if he is not powerful like a hero, so long as it was a disaster that cannot be avoided, however small, that he changed. No. The world would gain a heroic spirit in turn as compensation for this miracle. He became a hero and saved many lives that could not have been saved. As a result, he became a heroic spirit after he died and now repeats the same things he did in life. As a servant, as a slave. I guess the payment for the miracle is to become a disposable tool, in service of others even after death. Heroic spirits. Superior spirits chosen by humanity. Guardian spirits of humanity. But they are not ones with free will like servants. Heroic spirits. Guardians of humanity. Guardians do not have free will. They operate merely as sources of power. They are extermination weapons that are only summoned to protect the world when circumstances appear that could destroy it. They are summoned to destroy these circumstances. The servant system is nothing more than a ritual that uses these guardians. Guardians are summoned into any era. After eliminating that threat circumstances, they disappear. I would hate to be like that, but he must have been determined to take on that role. In fact, he might have even desired it. Nothing made him happier than being able to save people even after he died. Since he didn't have the power to save them when he was alive, he must have believed that he could avert any tragedy once he became a heroic spirit. With that in mind, he readily made a deal with the world itself to give up his life after death and save 100 lives. After that, he believed that he could save tens of thousands more. What an idiot. There's no way that could be possible, because by the time a heroic spirit is summoned, where they appear has already gone to hell. Places where heroic spirits, guardians, appear are only hell. They only appear when the world is about to be destroyed by mankind. Humans are creatures that perish from their own doings. That's why the process of destruction is always the same. Jealousy, hatred, selfishness, desire. The man who loved and tried to be of help to others was shown the same ugliness even after he died. He is summoned to such places and fulfills his responsibilities, just as the contract says. He killed. He killed and killed and killed and killed. He killed all the humans where he was summoned to save humanity as a whole. I don't know how many times he repeated it, nor do I have the means to know how many more times he will continue to repeat it. There's only one thing I can say. He has been betrayed by many things. But in the end, he was betrayed by the only thing he believed in, his ideals. Yeah, it's rough, buddy. I guess that would explain why he's like that. When I wake up, I have nothing useful to say. My body feels strangely tired, and I can't move from the bed. My mind is the only thing that's clear, and still I blankly stare at the ceiling.
うすうすそうだろうとは思ってたけど、あれ、やっぱりあいつの記憶だったか。
I sigh and gaze at the ceiling. This sucks. You're so right, honey. He could have told me that I might get a glimpse of his memories while I'm sleeping, since masters and servants are connected spiritually. If he told me, I could have cut my consciousness, so I wouldn't have to deal with that.
起きよう。今日もいっぱいやることあるし。
You gotta love Rin. She's like, oh, I saw his horrible past and found out why Archer's like this. I would have rather not. I get my body out of bed. My body feels heavy, and my eyelids are as heavy as stone. I resent how I'm not a morning person and slowly change from my pajamas to my uniform.
けど、まあ。
I'm not sure whether it makes sense or it was unexpected. He used to be a pretty hot-blooded man back in the day. I don't know what hero he was, but he seemed more honest in the
ま
past.
あ、それもあんな人生を送った挙句、死後もこんな目に遭わされちゃ、確かに性格歪むわよね。
I have a brief laugh. My reflection in the mirror looks so serious, like I'm about to cry, so I try to laugh it off. Otherwise, I won't be able to face Archer at all. I get ready and drink the freshly brewed tea in the living room. I don't usually eat breakfast, so I'm quick. There's 15 minutes until I have to leave for school. This cup of tea is like a ritual I perform every morning to wake my half-asleep body. Get your ass to school, bitch. Yet, there's one fool that can't read the room.
いつまでって7時半までよ。それを過ぎたら遅刻しちゃうじゃない。
誰が登校時間を言っているか。私が言いたいのは聖杯戦争のことだ。他のマスターと協力することは悪くない。だが、君の場合は選んだ
This guy sucks. I know, we all know your opinion, Archer. That again? Archer keeps on suggesting that I cut off my truce with Shirou Emiya at every chance he gets.
だからその気はないって言ったでしょ。アーチャーはそう言うけど、私は適任だと思う。そりゃ戦力としては不安だけど、協力者としては文句なしでしょ。そのエミヤ君なら何があっても裏切らない。
He's like a puppy, right?
本来
Loyal to a
信頼
fault.
は駆け引きで築くものだ。理由のない信頼など、それこそ信用ならん。いいか、あれは勝ち残れる人間ではない。協力者を選ぶというのなら、まだキャスターのマスターの方が賢い。
ふざけないでアーチャー。あんた、私にあんな外道と志を同じにしろっていうの？
I set my teacup down and look at Archer. Even if it was sarcasm, I can't ignore his implication. The atmosphere freezes. I'm seriously getting pissed, and Archer looks like he has no intention of backing down. We stare at each other down.
確かにキャスターは下道だが、あれはあれで実に魔術師。
Yeah, he's telling her to pick a top tier.
その点で言えば、リンは戦いには向いていない。魔術師ならば、志より結果を取るべきだ。
皮肉を言っても無駄よ。私は方針を変えないわ。
まったく、どうしたのだ一体。エミやシロウと知り合ってからの君はおかしいぞ。以前の合理性はどこにいた？
I realize that without you even having to say that. But I can't help it. He hasn't gained anything even though he's a mage, and he's dangerously narrow-minded. There's no use in trying to scheme against such a guy, and besides, he's,
リン、どうした？ようやく自分の愚かさに気づいたか？
having thoughts about that stupid boy,
そ
are
う
we?
ね。ええ、私はどうかしてる。けどあーちゃん、それもこれもみんなあんたがつまんないもの見せるからじゃない。
何？
いいわ、忘れて。とにかくあんたが私のサーバントである以上、私は私が信じることしかやらない。私はエミやシロウほど甘くはないけど、それでも譲れないものがある。相手が何者であろうと、それを譲る気なんかない。
I can't clamp down on the anger. And that makes me realize I don't feel any sympathy, even after learning about his past. I saw his horrible traumatic backstory in my dream, and I didn't give a fuck, because he's still a bitch. He's still mean to me. I'm just mad. So I take it out on him as much as I can. The knight in the red coat sighs and assumes what seems to be his favorite pose.
仕方あるまい。主が不調ならば、支えるのが進化の役割だからな。君が本調子になるまで、陰ながら見守るとしよう。
Backhandedly saying she's just fucked up in the head. And he replies with an answer that's neither yes or no. Classic stuff. This has been our Rin memento. I wake up. I feel heavy, like there's lead inside my head.
なんだろう。ここんとこ目覚めが悪いな。
I don't know if it's because there's a lot to think about, or if I'm having a weird dream. Head hurt. Even though I usually don't dream, I feel like I've been experiencing something like a dream recently. Still thinking about them swords. I often vaguely dream of swords. Normal boy things to say. Among them, his blades appear frequently. Could you be less? Could you be any fucking more gay about this? Yeah, I like his swords. What about it? I curse at Archer, who's not even here, and get out of bed. It's before 6 a.m. I can't be getting distracted by strange dreams. I should go prepare breakfast. You ever dream about another man's swords? Saber sees me off as I leave the house. I've gotten used to this lifestyle, and the morning passes by smoothly without anything particular happening. I don't see Tosaka by the school gate. Since the only lead we had, Issei, ended up innocent, I bet she's busy running around gathering information. But the question is, how to do that? Tosaka's probably investigating the people at school, so I should investigate the building one more time. Well, it's not like we'll be able to conveniently find out what we didn't know before. I used the break in the first half of lunch to look around school, but I couldn't find any abnormalities. Thanks? He must have finished lunch already, as Issei acknowledges my efforts while reading an old poetry anthology. What a fucking nerd. Nerd alert!
ああ、こっちだ。しかしな、
Kelp
は昆
tea.
布茶しかないがいいか。
That might be good. I don't know.
なら左右でいいや。
I'll just drink hot
もう
water.
昆布茶のドロッ
Alright,
とした感
man.
じダメだ。
そうかそうか。では明日までに職員室から緑茶でももらってこよう。
I leave a rather cheerful Issei to himself and pour myself water before I sit at the table.
じゃ、いただきます。
I clap my hands together and open up my lunch. At the same time, someone knocks on the door.
伊勢、お客さん。
こんな時間にか。
Issei slowly goes to the door. It's that teacher with the serious face again. The visitor is Mr. Kuzuki, the teacher in charge of the student council. I run into him often, and I bet he thinks I let myself into the student council room overly frequently. I quietly eat my ground chicken lunch. He must have nothing to report today, as Issei and Mr. Kuzuki are just chatting. I munch on my food. I work on finishing up.
先生、そろそろ時間ですか。
そうか、邪魔をしたな。言わずとも承知しているだろうが、戸締まりは忘れないように。下校時間も厳守したまえ。
はいはい、分かってますって。
Mr. Kuzuki leaves, and Issei comes back in a rather good mood. Wow, that was a rarity. Soichiro Kuzuki chatting with a student. And with a normally rather shy Issei. Well, they might be getting along because they're both stubborn, but it's still odd. Yo, have we got a little bit of a problematic teacher-student going on here?
なあ、伊勢。
I didn't know Nasu was moving like this.
なんだエミヤ。
Classic of all BL?
いや、前から疑問に思っていたんだが、お前とクズキ、
I'm leaning in. I'm leaning in. Oh, he's surprised.
いや、答えられないならいい。ふとそう思っただけだから気にするな。
ああ、違う違う。そういえばエミヤには言ってなかったな。と気がついてね。
Interesting. I'm leaning in.
何しろクズキ先生は俺の兄貴分みたいなものだからな。
は？
Mr. Kazuki is like Issei's big brother.
ちょっと待て、それどういうことだ？
Interesting. I'm interested in this.
だから兄貴分だって。総一郎。
You're on a first name basis? I see. Okay, I'm interested in this.
見ての通り朴突な人柄だが、裏表のない誠実な心をしている。同じ屋根の下で暮らしていて、人間として
Is that all? Is that really all there is to this relationship, Issei? You gay little freak?
クズキが竜道寺に住んでいる？
Oh shit, he might be the master. I feel like the back of my head has been hit, but I force myself to stay calm on the outside and ask Issei to continue. Well, there's only one thing to do, Shirou. You've got to get Mr. Kazuki to strip too.
そういえば最近見慣れない女がいるって言ったよな。そいつのことクズキは知ってるのか？
知ってるも何も。あの女はクズキ先生の言い名付けだ。
I see.
近々祝言をあげるから、それまで部屋を貸し与えている。
Bonk. A second shock.
伊勢、そういうの見慣れない女って言わないんじゃないのか？
I try my best to object through dizziness. Yeah, it's almost like you're mad that Kazuki is getting married to a woman.
見慣れない女は見慣れない女だ。クズキ先生の言い名付けであろうと、名前も知らない女など、それで十分だろう。
Issei ends the conversation, clearly uncomfortable. Anyways, regardless of the source, this is news I can't ignore. Soichiro Kazuki commutes from Ryodo Temple, and a woman who is staying at Ryodo Temple. I heard that Mr. Kazuki's fiancée showed up about a month ago. If that was Castor, then we pretty much have our answer. Kel Mitchell approved visual novel Fate's Day Night. That's right. Hello, Gyaru. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday evening. To be fair, it's the only VN he probably knows. That's probably the case. I can't imagine. It's like the most normie VN, so In class after school. There's only 10 minutes until we have to go home, but I tell Tosaka about Mr. Kuzuki.
どうだろう。一世のこともあるし、竜道
I tell Rin about Kuzuki's problematic relationship with Issei, and she fuges the fuck out.
久月先生か。マスターとしての気配っていうより、そもそも魔術師じゃないんだけどな、あの人は。
I don't know if she's even listening to me, and she frowns like she's not convinced.
魔術師じゃない。なんだ、よかった。それじゃあとりあえずクズキは除外か。
That's interesting.
なんで？そんな怪しいやつ、マスターに決まってるじゃない。
Okay, I guess I'm starting to get used to this. But I still can't keep up with Tosaka's thought process.
今夜にでも仕掛けるわよ。学校に手を回して夜勤になるように仕向けるから。エミヤ君も準備しといて。
ちょっと待て。いくらなんでもそれはなし。
Why not?
クズキを夜勤にするって、それじゃ今夜にでも戦うっていうのかよ。
Yeah, let's go jump him.
クズキが明日も学校に来る保証はないもの。
Jump his ass.
機会は待ったなし。夜まで学校に残らせて、帰り道であいつがマスターかどうか試すのよ。
念のため聞くが、マスターかどうか試すってどうやって？
実力行使。
We'll beat his ass. He'll have to fight back. The way she says that sounds oddly honeyed. She really does like pushing people around. Maybe in another lifetime, the two of us fought over a playground's peace as children. What an oddly specific thing to say, Shirou. No age regressing on the clock, young man.
危険じゃないわよ。私だって見境なしじゃないわ。影から軽いガンドを撃つだけよ。
I'm just gonna shoot him with my magic gun.
2日風で寝込む程度だし。
いや、それも問題だろう。もしクズキが本当にマスターだったら、そのまま戦闘になる。こっちから手を出す以上、話し合いにはならない。
わからないわね。それなら余計好都合じゃないの。一体何が危ないっていうのよ、エミヤ君は。
そっちこそわからないやつだな。だから、
For you.
遠坂が危ないって話だろ。
Tosaka must have finally realized that she pauses, but only for an instant.
そう。別にいいわよ。それなら私一人でやるだけだもの。
She decides just like that. Damn it, I guess there's no use saying anything to Tosaka once she's made up her mind.
わかった。俺も付き合う。遠坂を一人にしたら、どんな無茶をするかわからないからな。
それはこっちのセリフよ。まったく、何を言い出すかと思えば。
Listen, we're both nuts. So we might as well work together on this.
それじゃあ待ち合わせは午後7時。橋の下の公園。戦闘になるだろう。
Bring that white woman with you. She looks away and starts walking. I leave the classroom after her.
では、今夜キャスターのマスターに仕掛けると。
Yeah, we'll jump
いや
him.
まだクズキがマスターだって決まったわけじゃないんだが、おおむねそうだ。
I give Saber a detailed account of today's events as soon as I get home. Saber agrees with Tosaka and already seems aroused by the prospect.
そういうわけだから、今日の鍛錬はなしだ。夕食もすぐにして
Gotta eat a good meal before you go to beat somebody's ass. That's just proper
そういえば、
form.
7時の前に飯食うのってよくないのか。
なぜそのようなことを聞くのです。戦闘時に空腹では問題があると思うのですが。
Gotta eat good to fight good.
いや、腹がもたれるのかなって。あと1時間もないし。
That's one of the rules of the Kame school,
帰ってきて
after all.
からのがいいんじゃないかなって。
いえ、そのようなことはないと思いますよ。口にしたものを素早く消化するのも戦士の素質です。
This bitch is always hungry.
正しい生活と鍛錬をしていれば、食事はあまり問題ないかと。
それはつまり、 夕飯は作って OK ってこと？
はい、そちらの方が大変力が出るのでは。
I think it's kind of my way that Saber is always hungry. I see. Well, I've also trained so that I can move right after I eat, so I guess there's no problem. But, well, I'll still make something light just in case.
それじゃあ今に言ってるけど、セイバーは？
シローの邪魔をするわけにはいきません。私はもうしばらく
She's gonna do meditation or whatever. She's gonna, yeah, I guess she means to meditate.
了解。飯ができたら呼びに来る。
What an odd scene. Just arguing over whether we should eat dinner. Uh-oh, that's dangerous music that's going on. You're about to get jumped. I leave the dojo. It's completely dark outside. We're meeting at 7 p.m., so that means that we will ambush Mr. Kuzuki an hour after that. If Mr. Kuzuki is a master, then we'll have to fight. Castor is a cautious servant. If she found out that her master was attacked, we won't get another chance. Then we have to make sure that it's fatal if we're going to attack. We can't let the opponent escape and don't have the luxury of fleeing ourselves. No matter the opponent, in order to stop Castor from attacking all the people in the town, we must defeat her master. If all goes well, we'll take away his command spells and he won't be a master anymore. But if worst comes to worst and we're unable to manage that, it will probably turn into a fight to the death.
そうか。武器の一つも持っていかないとな。
A weapon from here. The easiest thing to pass energy through is probably a wooden sword. My success rate at strengthening has been going up recently, so even a wooden sword would become a good weapon. But that is only the case for a normal fight. I'll need a better weapon to fight against a servant or master.
欲を言えば、あいつの剣みたいに。
You're so obsessed with archer's swords. I imagine what I saw in my dream. The black and white twin swords. They're a length that even I'd feel comfortable using. And ultimately, I would be able to fight decently enough with them. I can protect myself without being a burden to Saber and be able to proudly say that I'm her master. They are cool swords.
ないものねだりをしてもしょうがないだろう。バカ。
Man, if only I could just make swords out of thin air. But that would never happen. Yeah, a comfortable length. I sigh and head to the porch. I'll just do what I can do. For now, I'll put my energy and strength into making dinner. Saber is so serious, but it seems like she looks forward to meals. It has secretly been my joy to make her happy with them. She's a hungry girl. Girls gotta eat. Girl dinner. It's 7 p.m. Tosaka came right on time.
お待たせ。必要なものを揃えてたら時間
I feel like we haven't seen her in the red sweater in a while, because it's been so many school scenes.
で、そっちの準備はどう？
I hand her the practice sword bag. There's a bokuto, a wooden sword inside. This is all the preparation I can do.
まあ、しょうがないか。そもそも白兵戦ならこっちはセイバーがいるんだし。エミヤ君は様子を見
That's
てい
fine.
るだ
He
けでいい
likes
か
to
もね。
watch. He likes to watch while Rin and Saber do things.
そうだな。セイバーがいる以上、俺はセイバーのフォローをするだけだ。
Well, I find it hard to think of a situation where I actually need to watch her back.
リン、なぜアーチャーはいないのですか？
Then, with a sharp look, Saber asks a question.
遠坂、アーチャーを連れてきてないのか？
ええ、あいつなら置いてきた。今夜は奇襲だし。
What do you mean?
なら必要ないでしょ？正
I've-
直なところ。
He shoots arrows from 5 miles away. Is that not the best surprise attack? Whatever. Tosaka starts walking. I don't know what she's thinking, but that means that we won't have the help of Archer this time. Time passes. We have to cross this intersection to get to Ryudo Temple from school. It's already taken an hour to set up our territory. A simple bounded field set up by Tosaka.
外から見られるのはアウトだけど、防音だけは完璧よ。
I guess that's true, Kendricks.
ここ一帯ミサイルが落ちても周りには気づかれないわ。
According to Tosaka, the surrounding area is too quiet. It might also be because Tosaka's field is working but everything feels too lifeless. It's already been 7 days since the Holy Grail War started. It seems like the town's spirit is being slowly stripped away without anyone noticing.
来た。エミヤ君、隠れて。
I move to the wall. I can't even hear the footsteps. There's a figure beneath the streetlight. A tall and lean physique. That familiar figure is definitely Shoichiro Kazuki. Mr. Kazuki passed by in front of us with his usual orderly footsteps. He's too defenseless. I'm assaulted with the feeling that Mr. Kazuki might be innocent.
なあ、登坂。やっぱりクズキは違うんじゃないのか。
まあ、やってみればはっきり。
Listen, just shoot him with the common cold beam like you planned. Tosaka seems to be half in doubt as well. Seems like she's still carrying on with her plan as she points her index finger towards Mr. Kazuki. Gander. It is a curse that lowers the target's physical ability, considered to be a simple magecraft. Tosaka's is more like a gunshot instead of a gander, but I'm sure she'll lower the intensity this time.
準備はいい？
Yeah, she's not trying to take your head off now. She whispers. Good night, Gotetsu. Thank you very much for watching. There's still time. The possibility that Soichiro Kazuki is innocent. Isn't there another way than Gander to check if he's a master or not? I don't really think it's a big deal. I don't really see the problem. Shoot him. Just give him the cold for a little bit. Yeah, quick, jump him and tear his clothes off. Just like you did with Issei. I clench my teeth to bear my unease. I can only brace myself now. If Mr. Kazuki is innocent, I just have to remove the curse with all my might.
仕掛けるわよ。
She takes in a small breath. A black shot is released, followed by the sound of something piercing the air. She must have said something aloud on purpose. The gander's speed is slow, and the black haze flies toward Kazuki like a change-up pitch. A wind of disease that will cause him to be bedridden for 2 days. But 2 days of not being able to move would be fatal for a master. There has to be some kind of reaction if Mr. Kazuki is a master.
やば。
Tosaka moves. Kazuki doesn't react. Tosaka's gander mercilessly hits Soichiro Kazuki's head. It is interrupted just before that. A robe suddenly appears in the space between them. Oh. The man who is supposed to be hit by the gander looks at us, as if he knew that we were here all along. I immediately pull the wooden sword out of the bag and put magical energy into it. I don't have the time to be fumbling around with strengthening. The swirl of cloth in front of Kazuki now takes shape. Slender limbs appear from the indigo robe. There she is. There's Castor again. Teleportation. Actual teleportation is considered true magic in this modern world. This dark witch, Castor, uses such a mystic with ease and appears before us.
忠告したはずですよ、総一郎。このようなことになるから、あなたは竜道寺にとどまるべきだと。
She must not think anything of us, and as Castor talks calmly to her master, Kazuki.
そうでもない。実際に獲物は釣れた。
そうね。あまり大きな魚ではなさそうだけど、大量であることは間違いないわ。さあ、そこから出てきなさい。バカな魔術師さん。
It'd be difficult to run now. No, if Castor and her master are in front of us, then all there is to do is fight them, even if this is the middle of the town. But before that...
出てこないの？残念ね。顔ぐらいは見ておきたかったのですけど。
何よあのタヌキ。こっちの素性。
I like that they keep calling Castor a fox, and I'm like, yeah, she is. Tosaka curses in her hiding spot. She must have heard that.
3秒あげるわ、お嬢さん。それであなたがしたことをそのまま返してあげましょう。
Castor says cheerfully and points her hand towards us. The absurdity of what she did before returns to my mind. She's not that naive. I'm sure she would destroy this whole area, along with the wall that we're hiding behind.
ズをしたら飛んで。セイバー、準備はいい？
I sense her nodding behind me. But there's something that I need to confirm before that.
すまん。それは後にしてくれ、父さん。
Okay, here goes Shirou doing something dumb again. I don't wait for her to reply. I go out into the intersection from the shelter, wooden sword in hand.
シロ
Tosaka must not have it in her. Let me try that again. Tosaka must not have it in her to leave me alone in this and follows me out.
あら、
Ada.
意外ね。少しは物分かりが良くなったのかしら、ボーイ。
Pastor watches us calmly. Kazuki stands next to her. The distance between us is about 10 meters. No matter how I think about it, Castor's fingertips will be much faster than me running to them. With full knowledge of the situation, I step forward. I have to do something before we fight. That is...
遠坂とエミヤか。マトウだけではなく、お前たちまでマスターとはな。魔術師とはいえ、因果な人生だ。
to confirm the identity of Soichiro Kazuki as the one Castor is protecting.
どうしたエミヤ？話があるのではないのか？
He asks in his usual manner. I don't feel the presence of a mage from Mr. Kazuki. No, I don't even feel a desire for victory in this so-called war.
ク
Then,
ズキ、あんた、キャスターに操られてるのか？
it's possible that Mr. Kazuki is being manipulated by Castor, like Archer said. Until I get this cleared up, I just can't fight him. I can feel Castor's desire to kill me. She wants me bad. That alone tells me that question is off limits for her.
うるさい坊や。
Boy,
殺してしまおうかしら。
Yet her words are not quite a threat. However,
待て。その質問の出所は何だ？エミヤ。
Mr. Kazuki stops her in his usual manner.
疑問には理由があるはずだ。言ってみるがいい。
My throat is dry. It must be Castor's murderous glare. The woman in the indigo robe tells me without words that she'll kill me if I say something wrong. I bear it and...
あんたがどうやってマスターになったかは知らない。けど、あんたはまともな人間だろ。
she's sucking him dry.
マスターがやっていることを
And you're
してい
watching.
るはずがない。だっていうのに見逃してるってことは、あんたは知らないんじゃないかって思っただけだ。
I glare back at Castor.
キャスターがやっていることだと？
ああ、そいつは竜道寺に巣を張って町中の人間から魔力を集めてる。ここ最近連続している昏睡事件は全部そいつの仕業だ。今までもそしてこれからも犠牲者は増え続ける。
I'm pretty sure he knows, dude.
いずれ死んじまう人間
I think he's chill with it.
そいつは町の人間は生贄だって言った。取り返しのつかないことになるのはそう先のことじゃない。
I think he's chill with that, Shirou.
なるほど、そういうことか。通常善良な人間ならばキャスターを放置できない。にもかかわらずマスターである私がキャスターを放置しているのは彼女に操られているからだと考えたわけだな。
ああ、もしあんたがキャスターの行為を知っていて放っておいているなら、ただの殺人鬼だ。
You've got to I don't know if I respect it, actually, but one must be entertained by Shirou's directness in this matter.
俺たちはキャスターだけを倒す。
いや、今の話は初
Oh,
耳。
okay. I kind of thought he would. His statement leaves no room for interpretation. He doesn't seem to be lying either. So Ichiro Kazuki is the same as when he lectures at school. Though relieved, I still keep my guard up against Castor. Mr. Kazuki is also a victim if he's being manipulated. So all that's left is to defeat Castor.
だがエミヤ、キャスターの行いは
I didn't know, but actually now that I do, I am chill with it. And yet still, Soichiro Kazuki says this as well. Actually, I'm fine with murdering a lot of people. I like the initiative, Caster. I respect the initiative. She's only been sucking him a little. Yeah, even Caster looks surprised. He's like, you're not even going far enough. Damn. The way he says it is no different than usual. He gives his honest opinion. Soichiro Kazuki is the same as when he lectures at school. You already said that. That's right. I am a murderer, sociopath. I've always wanted to murder, and now I finally can. Kazuki takes a step back. He watches us from behind the caster. Alright. I guess that's fine. You can... This isn't... You're not really neutral in this conflict, but I guess you just don't care that much. Have you killed before this Holy Grail War? Like, are you Mr. Murder Man beforehand? Caster stands in front of us, smiling in victory. Kosaka clicks her tongue and doesn't move. Or rather, she can't move. In terms of skill as a mage, we aren't a match for Caster even put together. For masters who claim to be mages, an opponent like Caster far exceeds what we are capable of. Okay, I guess I'll cut you in half with my big sword. A voice behind me. Before I can turn around, Noom! The Knight of the Sword, the servant Saber, dashes forward.
Saber!
Yeah, I didn't expect Kazuki and Caster to be like this. You hear about, I feel like you hear about so many guys from Fate just by cultural osmosis. I didn't know about these two at all. This guy could get an honorary Shiki award. He even kind of looks like Shiki. My voice can't even keep up. Saber, already clad in silver, charges towards Kazuki like a gust of wind. Caster confronts her with a spell. Go, my pink! She recites 5 verses. If Saber is a gust of wind for completing 10 meters in a breath, then Caster must be lightning for casting a spell even faster. He's actually kind of an XP of a different character from Mahoyo? Oh. I mean, I haven't read that one yet. A bolt of lightning from a raging storm. 5 bullets of light are shot in less than a second and stab at Saber like a fatal thorn. But her magic resistance is so big. This is a really cool CG, actually. This is a cool CG. Caster screams. Even Archer had to dodge Caster's spell, but Saber is nullifying it just by glaring at it. Feels the aura. Yet her focus is not Caster. Her target, the opponent that she must slash, is none other than the master, Soichiro Kazuki. Well, yeah, if you just kill this guy, then you won't have to fight Caster. Saber slashes Kazuki without hesitation. Silence returns to the intersection. Saber is frozen after slashing her sword. Everyone here assumes the match is decided because of how quick the attack was. Yes, everyone except Soichiro Kazuki, who stands there calmly. Oh boy, what freak is is what freak shit is happening here. Interlude 9-1. Unlimited Blade Works. Charge. Halt. Attack. Having repelled all of Caster's divine words, Saber concludes the match without any opening for a counterattack. The speed at which she charges, the force of her planted feet, and the horizontal line her sword draws brings an unavoidable strike. She swings her invisible sword at the enemy master. A perfectly timed attack. With a slash so satisfying they would sever a large tree, Saber splits Soichiro Kazuki in twain. No, it should have split him in two. She gasps in bewilderment. Her eyes must be playing tricks. Saber stares at the enemy before her in astonishment, still mid-swing.
バカな。
Comprehension eludes her. The fatal attack cut a perfect line. That attack is stopped. Just shy of the enemy's body, the sword was caught between...
足と腕。
What? Is such a miracle possible? Her sword has been stopped by her enemy, Soichiro Kazuki. Between raised knee and cocked elbow. What, like he did like he clamped his elbow and knee on the sword? What? The man stopped her high-speed slash by catching it in between his elbow and knee. What? Of course, she is unaware. There is an Eastern martial arts technique that is used to catch an opponent's weapon with one's bare hand. And there are experts today who still practice it. I mean, I know that, but I feel like catching Saber's sword swung at high speed would just fucking shatter your bones. But okay. Even then, she wouldn't have stopped there with naked amazement had it been a normal battle. But this is a servant battle, and the enemy is just a human. But to stop a fatal attack from a sword blade that cannot be seen with his bare hands, there is no way this man could possibly be sane. His voice is deep, as if echoing from the depths of the earth. Saber's body moves. She tries to pull back her sword with all her might. And in that instant... What? A sudden surprise blow strikes the back of her head. She doesn't understand what is going on at all. It is her first time fighting someone who can stop a sword without any arms or armor at all. Wait, was that attack done by his bare hands as well? He must have been punched. The back of her head was struck at such close range she could feel her opponent's very breath. What is going on? She avoids it without knowing what it is. Something grazes her temple. Saber perceives that it is a fist strengthened by some kind of magecraft and leaps back. What? Oh, okay. Is like Caster just like casting buffs on this guy so he's mega strong? As she wields a long weapon, she is at a disadvantage at close range against an unarmed opponent. Saber retreats to a range where she can make use of her her sword. He's fucking stanced. She faces the enemy the entire time. Her only goal is to move out of the range advantageous to her opponent. It is a basic, established tactic to pursue a retreating target, but he does not give chase. Though he will be defeated if he remains stationary, Caster's master does not move. He strikes at her at the solar plexus. The wind is knocked out of her. She feels the impact. The attack is hindered by her armor, which keeps the blow from piercing her body. The impacts continue. They are nothing more than human fists that precisely target her vital areas. Okay. Could she even comprehend in time? By the time she realized that those stone-like fingers were the cause of impact, the match had already been decided. How is he beating her ass? What? The rain of fists repeat. His fists are fired in rapid succession with an intensity and weight as if they are made of divine iron. How can it be explained? His arms are flexible like a whip, but only move at right angles. If his arms are shot out in a flash, the way his forearms follow are the technique of a demon. The barely imperceptible blows target all of her vitals. He allows no counterattack. Even her arms are targeted, and that pain reaches her core even through her armor. The attacks all come from the outside and shift inside. A wide swing of the arm changes direction, using the elbow as the fulcrum, attacking Saber from all directions. The attacks are keen and cause dulling. Though not an instant death, each blow contributes to a slow-acting poison. That is a death that seeps in with each blow. Each blow cannot be avoided, and each strike alone is enough to maim. But the pain numbs her mind each time. And with the opening from that, his fist seeks the back of her head once again, like the curling cull of Death's scythe. Intuition allows her to avoid it. The attacks going for her arms or chest are fine, but if the back of her head is struck, she's done for. And so Saber concentrates her muddied mind on that one blow. He is a beast that can block her sword empty-handed. Intuition alone gives her the insight necessary to face this unknown style that she has never faced the likes of. This is very silly. The enemy's arm stops. His stance is like his fists, firm like rock. The man's body moves. What was different about this attack? Saber, able to avoid all fatal blows up until this point, could not evade the next blow. Her consciousness fades. The impact landing on the back of her head shakes her brain. Even then, she raises both arms. The man's attack cannot penetrate her armor. Then the man will go for her unprotected face. Saber raises both arms and protects her own face. Yeah, I know. He's beating the shit out of her, and he's just like a regular salaryman looking guy. The impact weaves past her limbs. It's like a snake that crawls through a dense forest. The enemy's fists expertly make its way through her upraised arms. Her consciousness drifts. The body of the metaphorical snake, his left elbow hammers into her collarbone. Sarah avoids it by retreating a short distance and adjusts the grip on her sword. The course of the fist after that, she prepares for the blow coming from the left that will change direction at the elbow and aim at the back of her head. She cannot afford to make light of him. If her opponent demands her consciousness, then so be it. In return, she will claim his arms. She opens her eyes and is astonished by the change. Using his elbow as the fulcrum, the blow comes straight down from above. Oh, she got hit by the high-low. The mix-up. The circular orbit of attacks up until now changes to a straight line. She immediately moves her neck to avoid the blow going for the top of her head. The impact falls on her shoulder. As she glares at the enemy for wrecking her shoulder, a freezing sensation shoots down her spine. The man cocks his upper body. His right arm, still this entire time, finally moves. At the height of her throat, his arm is released like a cannonball. Unlike the previous attack following a downward line, this jab comes straight in like a thrust. His fist flies at Saber. With such force and precision, it will skewer her. The blow comes with all of his might and will easily pierce her throat, sever bone, and rip her head off. Oh, okay. I guess that explains what happened to Ryder. But it misses. Surprise attacks don't work on her. Intuition, like seeing the future, is hers to command. The snake's fist grazes past her neck. Seeing that, she steps in to attack, but at that moment, bonk, right beside her neck. An unbelievable sound. Ow! The snake's fang pierces her. The instant Saber avoids his fist, his fingertips grab her with a sickening crunch. Damn. The astonishment passes through her as a shudder. Yes, a hand is usually something used to grab and not punch. He must be receiving aid from Caster's magecraft as his fingers easily crush Saber's neck. Saber raises her sword. She swings to cut off the enemy's arm before her neck is crushed. But she is unable to finish her attack. Before she could bring her sword down, her entire body is swung like a sword in his hands. She feels herself fly through the air. He swings like a baseball pitcher. While still holding Saber's neck, the man throws her with one arm. A fastball using a person in the place of a ball. Some sort of fastball special. There's no way she can break her fall. He tears away at her neck as he throws. She then smashes against a concrete wall at 200 kilometers per hour? Okay. Yeah, I guess Caster's just putting buffs on this normal guy until he's superhuman. Her body is forced to shut down. Yeah, where's Assassin? Also, Caster controls Assassin. What's that guy doing right now? Well, that didn't go well. She got her ass beat, henchmans. Everyone watches in astonishment. It's not just me and Tosaka. Even Caster, who ought to have been thrilled by a turn in her favor, stares at her own master in wonder. Saber's swift attack to Kazuki's counterattack. From the nightmare-like neck grab to the impressive throw, it was all incredible, even to the losing side. Saber doesn't move. She was thrown by her neck and smashed back first into a wall. Her neck injury must be fatal. On top of that, she hit the wall at a speed that was clearly meant to finish her. I don't think it killed her, but I'm sure she can't move. At the least, she'll be lying on the ground until the wounds on her neck and bruises all over her body heal. Yeah, she kinda got beasted on. I murmur without realizing. Even though his fists were strengthened by Caster's magecraft, Kazuki's body is still human. Who would think that he would be able to overwhelm a servant in melee combat? The lean figure turns. Damn, dude. He just proved that to us just now. Therefore, these two their fighting roles as master and servant are completely swapped. Yeah, she's like buff stacking. She's doing that shit from Final Fantasy 1 where you can stack haste like 8 times. The enemy, Kazuki, stares at Tosaka. Saber is less of a threat to him than Tosaka, who can attack at a distance. So Kazuki is wary of targeting us. He feels that mages ought to battle other mages. I like how even Cash is like, kind of like, this guy's kind of fucked up. That was scary. He nods silently and walks towards us. Behind him, Caster faces the collapsed Saber. Just don't get hit, forehead. Tosaka slowly retreats, glaring at Kazuki. A fight between a mage and a warrior is a fight for distance. No matter how many monstrous fighting techniques he may have, Kazuki has no magic resistance, as far as we know. We can win if he can land a hit at a range. Victory is ours if we can manage to cast a spell before he reaches us. Kazuki faces Tosaka and doesn't move. Caster walks towards the wall that Saber was thrown at. That action is a mistake. There's an opening I can take advantage of, so I'll... I guess we'll go help Saber. That seems like the right thing to do. I'll protect Saber. Even though she might not be able to defeat him, she should have an advantage if she can focus on retreat. There's about 5 meters between us. If Kazuki takes another step, Tosaka should be able to react and dodge any strike. But Saber is different. Her neck is half cut off like Ryder, and she's been thrown into a wall. Saber's situation is far more dire. Even if she's invincible against mages, she'll be easily defeated by Caster in that state. I grip my sword and charge towards Kazuki in front of me. My true objective is to reach Saber before she was attacked by Caster. I'll take a swing as I pass. I'm sure he'll dodge it, but Tosaka should be able to take advantage of the opening. I swing the sword as I pass by Kazuki's side. Yeah, figures. It doesn't even do anything. The wooden sword crumbles to pieces, and the blow from his fist makes me lose my footing. He rushes in at Tosaka in an instant. Time stops. Tosaka is astonished, but she immediately points her hand at Kazuki. Oh, okay, I made the wrong choice, I think. And the right hand of the enemy, the hand that wrecks Saber's neck, strikes her in the chest. I may have made the poor choice, henchbuns. All the air in Tosaka's lungs goes out. Then, a hammering blow, like a battering ram against a castle, strikes her face mercilessly. Oopsie! I witness my own fate as I see her miserable state. Tosaka's face isn't there. Damn! There's nothing left where Kazuki's blow struck. Just fucking caved her whole head in with a punch. I can't raise my head. Just like a student that doesn't know the answer and can't bear to face the teacher, I can't look at Kazuki. I stand there, unable to walk. The second. A footstep. The murderer named Soichiro Kazuki slowly walks towards me. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're not sad. With an unbelievable sound, he pierces through my chest. Womp womp. Yeah, we'll Tiger Dojo. We got a Tiger Dojo. Hey, who's that behind you? Yeah, where did this guy get his teaching qualifications? The barbaric flying head? I think she's a little upset about our choice. Her head got punched the whole way off. That's right. I made a fatal error. We're in the Rin route, not the Saber route. My choices should revolve around Rin. You can't say that. That's so rude to say to a severed head. Even if it's just Osaka. There she goes. She's gonna go kill him. well, let's just not fuck it up. And then the head won't be mad at us anymore. We gotta protect Tosaka. We gotta gang up on this guy. I'll protect Tosaka. Saber isn't dead yet. Even if Kuzuki was an unexpected monster, Saber still hasn't lost yet. On top of that, Caster shouldn't be able to finish Saber off. I guess. I mean, I was just thinking, like... I mean, sure, all of Caster's magic just bounces off of Saber, but, like, with her unconscious, what's stopping her from just stabbing her with a knife or whatever, but... I tighten my grip on the Bokuto in my hand. My eyes lock on Kuzuki to miss not even a blink. The moment he turns toward Tosaka, I'll move between them. Knowing Tosaka, I'm sure she's going to leap to the side and shoot Kuzuki. Hi-yi! There was no time to take action. See, I told you she was stacking haste. It was in an instant. The moment I thought Kuzuki's body wavered, he was in front of Tosaka. Dude's fucking flash-stepping. Tosaka is astonished, but she immediately points her hand at Kuzuki. And the right hand of the enemy, the hand that wrecked Saber's neck, strikes her in the chest. Time seems to stop. All of the air in Tosaka's lungs goes out from that blow. This is it. If a mage can't breathe, they can't cast a spell incantation or carry out most of their abilities. Though as she just barely managed to leap back, it seems she only had the wind knocked out of her. But the next attack, even though she jumped back, it was only a meter or so. Such a distance is inconsequential to someone like Kuzuki. I move in between them. Using my wooden sword as a shield, I plant myself between attacker and prey. He thrusts his fist. I can't even see it? How did Saber dodge something like this? I desperately protect my left side. Bonk. A heavy striking sound follows, along with the sound of my sword snapping. I see Kuzuki coming with his next attack. I'm gonna die. That's your favorite phrase, I've noticed. Instinctively, I know it's coming. The strengthened wooden sword was the same as steel. If he can destroy that with one blow, then he can destroy my body no matter where he hits me. Really funny, like, this guy managed to beat up Saber more than Berserker ever did, which is really funny. I can't stop him. Tosaka is coughing painfully behind me. I can't see his attacks, and my only weapon was destroyed. His fist aims precisely for my temple. Shirou Emiya will die from that hammer-like blow. I'll die if I don't stop it. A weapon. I'm no match for him. I need a strong weapon to make up for the difference in our strength. It closes in on my brain. I imagine myself dying. No, if that happens, I will end up dead if I... Yeah, you die if you die, Shirou. You like saying things like this. A weapon. I need a weapon. A weapon that won't get destroyed by him. Not a wooden sword taken in haste, but a proven, strong weapon. An extraordinary weapon beyond my ken. Yeah, like ones he uses. Alright, he's time to pull more swords out of my ass. Then I'll make them. I'll make them even if it's impossible. I'll make them at any cost. Strengthening and reproduction. Something that does exist and something that doesn't. I'll force myself to believe that they're exactly the same. I don't have time. I can't overthink it. Fake it no matter what. Literally fake it until you make it. I don't care if I break or lose something in the process. Faster. I don't care if it's fake. Hurry. Forget it all. I'm not the only life at stake here. If I don't hurry, if I can't stop it, Tosaka will. A sight beyond hope. Tosaka speaks for me. A muffled voice. Was that Kuzuki? Something might have happened to my ears. I can't hear properly. No, not just my ears, but the sensation in my limbs is numb. Only my right eye is functioning adequately. I see Kuzuki's approaching fist. It's like watching someone else block it. My arms feel hollow. I don't have any sensation in them, but I swear I can hear my nerves fraying. His twin swords are in my hands. The Yang Kanshu and the Yin Bakuya. the name of the swords. Even though they were reproduced haphazardly, the swords still present themselves to their owner. But I'm sorry. I can't project you perfectly with my skills. We spring apart. The twin swords that parried 30 strikes shatter, as if to say they can't take anymore. Not because they lost to Kazuki's fists. The twin swords disappeared because I couldn't maintain my image of them. The twin swords must have been unexpected, as Kazuki shows hesitation for the first time. Then, a strong wind stirs up in the intersection. Girlie's back up. I look toward the wall. Saber must have recovered as she stands. Caster, in front of her, rapidly steps back. Yes, that's why it was a mistake. Just because she was defeated, it didn't mean that she lost her powers. So there's no way Saber, with strong magic resistance, could be cornered by Caster. It's Kazuki's role to finish Saber off. Despite that, Caster made a mistake. She seemed to be planning something, but that excessiveness cost her the chance of victory. Kazuki just really wanted to punch some kids, I guess. Kazuki retreats. He stands protective of Caster and as a ward against Saber. He makes an apt decision.
Master. いいえ、セイバーは手負いです。あなたなら先ほどのように。
二度通じる相手ではない。侮ったのは私の方だったな。
She's not gonna let me punch her again.
あと一芸手を凝らすべきだった。
That's your own fault. You wanted to aura farm instead of just crushing her head. Kazuki is correct. Saber was cornered because Kazuki's attacks were unnatural. But that was before. I wouldn't be able to deal with them no matter how many times I saw them, but Saber is already used to them. Tactics are supposed to be unknown to an opponent. I'm pretty sure Sun Tzu wrote about that. Kazuki's attacks are powerful, but since they are so unique, their exposure renders future attacks followable. His frame data is so reactable. The first strike must be fatal. The difference between skills that have been polished to an art form and a single move that has been trained to the utmost limits.
わかりましたわ、宗一郎。ええ、サーバントである以上、マスターの命令には従わないといけませんものね。
Who was that directed to? She splits in disgust and flutters her robe dramatically. Wow, compress the image. There's nothing after that. After the indigo robe wraps around Kazuki's body, they vanish from the intersection like magic, because it is magic. Yeah, he's locking himself up in there. After Caster and Kazuki disappear, without concern over her wounded chest, Tosaka grits her teeth in regret. I understand how Tosaka feels. At this point, Kazuki won't come out of the temple. If we are to defeat Caster, we're going to have to take the fight to them this time and make an attack on their territory. The home team advantage. But Assassin is the gatekeeper at the temple, and Kazuki and Caster are not opponents that can be defeated easily. You know, I'm really feeling like that meme image I made with the what does he even do with Assassin is more apt than I ever could have predicted. I don't know why they don't just bring them. Why don't you just bring your third to these fights, guys? We'll be defeated again if we just attack recklessly. Yet we have no other choice but to go to the temple if we want to defeat Caster.
Lin, 忠告しますが、あの寺はサーバントにとって鬼門です。アーチャーを動員したところで、力押しでは勝機は薄い。私だってあの山がどれぐらい変化ぐらい分かってる。悔しいからってすぐに追いかけたりしないし、あなたのマスターを強攻策になんか巻き込まないわ。ではキャスターを撃つのは諦めると。冗談。やられっぱなしは性に合わないし、何よりキャスターは放っておけない。そのあたり あなたのマスターも同意見だと
They
思う
joke
けど
about that in Carnival Phantasm. Well, I'm glad they're self-aware enough to. She turns her gaze towards me. It really does come off as almost like, oh fuck, we locked ourselves into having to think of 7 guys, and we didn't actually realize we couldn't think of 7 guys. Let's make up a couple filler guys. But that's even weirder because they have Gilgamesh, so I don't fucking know.
当たり前だ。いつまでもあの二人を放ってはおけない。キャスターは魔力集めをやめないだろうし、マスターであるクズキも止めないと言った。なら二人を倒すだけだ。竜道寺にはアサシンもいるようだけど、キャスターのマスターであるクズキを倒せばことは済む。
Like, they keep talking about how scary it is that assassin guards the temple. I'm like, why not? You know, if Caster and Kazuki are gonna go, like, I know this time they were a surprise attack. So they probably just didn't have assassin around. But, like, if you're gonna go out killing people, why not just bring assassin with you? Like, get more help would be nice. I don't know, more firepower.
とにかく取り押さえればなんとかなる。当面はこっちも作戦を立てるしかないわけだけど。
Then, I don't know why, but Tosaka suddenly...
それよりエミヤ君、さっきのは何？あなたの魔術って強化だけじゃなかったの？
She asks with a serious expression, as if watching an enemy. I'm at a loss. The magecraft from earlier, is she asking about reproducing archer's swords? Well, I'm also surprised that I could do that, but it's not something that ought to earn me that look.
黙ってないで答えなさいよ。前に言ったわよね。俺が使える魔術は強化だけだって。
いや、そうだけど、初めにできたのが東映で、そっちは効率が悪いから強化にしろって教えられたんだ。あれ、こんなの言わなかったか？俺。
Yeah, we didn't have this conversation in this route.
言ってない。頭にくるぐらい聞いてない。
Her glare intensifies. I really don't get why she's so angry with me.
じゃあ聞くけど、あなた、投影魔術は今回が初めてじゃないのね。
ああ、そうなるかな。強化の鍛錬に失敗した時、仕切り直すためによくやってた。でも、さっきみたいに役に立つものを投影できるわけじゃない。なんていうか、外見は似せられるけど、中身は空っぽだったんだ。
中身は空っぽ？
Hollow.
何？外観だけしか複製しないってこと？
いや、ちゃんと中身も考えてはいるんだけど、うまくいかなかった。だから自分でも驚いてる。イメージしたものは本物には及ばないんだけど、さっきのは真に迫ってたからな。
じゃあエミヤ君、あなたは強化より先に投影を習得したってこと？
That is true, Pygrade. It is pretty funny.
親父はそれじゃ何の役にも立たないから目先を変えて強化にしろって。
そうね。私でもきっとそうさせたわ。でもおかしな話よね。アーチャーの剣をあれだけ長時間複製できるくせに。
Yeah, it's because he's a pervert for swords and swords only, so that's the only thing he can make.
属性が限られているのかな。
The narrow alignment of sword.
汎用性はないけど、ある事柄に関してのみ優れた魔術師ってのもいるし。
She starts thinking out loud. Tosaka doesn't try to look at me.
とりあえず今日は帰りましょう。セイバーも自己回復に魔力を使ったようだし、休ませてあげないと。
And she goes home by herself, just like that. There's no one at home. The hallway is dead silent. My ears might still be screwed up, as I can't hear my own footsteps. His essence is so sword, he summoned the servant named Sword. Well, that and he's got her eternal life sheath inside of him. The numbness in my limbs won't go away, and I don't feel the ground under my feet. Surprised that I can walk in this condition, I head straight to my room without conversation.
今日の鍛錬はなしにしよう。セイバーも疲れてるだろ。あんなひどい傷を負ったんだしさ。
Saber follows me to my room.
いいえ、私の方は問題ありません。回復のために魔力を消費しましたが、まだ十分に補えるレベルです。それよりシロ、あなたの方こそ体に異常はないのですか？
いや、別に大丈夫だぞ。まだ手足が重いけど、筋肉痛みたいなものだし、明日になれば楽になってるさ。
わかりました。ですが、もし体が痛むようでしたら、声をかけてください。
Not so much hurting as I can't feel anything at all, which is probably not a
セイ
good
バーこ
sign.
そ、なんかあったら起こしてくれ。夜分に腹が減ったんなら、夜食でも何でも作る。
I can't provide Saber with magical energy, so the only thing I can do is make her food to cheer her up.
シロ、くれぐれも無理はしないように。
Girls love a guy who makes them snacks, so that's fair. She heads to the room next to mine.
そうだな。おとなしくね。
Nap time. Big nap for Shirou. Making swords with your brain is hard. It's tire work. I make my bed and lie down. My limbs still feel numb. It might be a side effect of magecraft that I'm not used to, but I feel ready to pass out.
なんだ。本当に。
I'm actually tired. The ringing in my ears bothers me, but it seems like I'll be able to sleep well for the first time in a while. Big nap. Oh, brain hurty. Brain's on fire again. On account of the swords. I claw at my futon. It feels like molten steel is climbing up my throat. Is that the rods? Every muscle and bone in my body is screwed. A grinding sound echoes in my numb ears. The sound of creaking bones comes from within me. What is wrong with them? The bones in my limbs are splitting in complaint, and my ribs are squirming as if trying to burst through my chest muscles. That would be the xenomorph. Agony runs through my entire body. My body feels like it's being crushed by a massive vice from without, but the pain comes from within. I'm being crushed. I'm being pulled apart. On top of my bed, I squirm like a bug and try to bear the anguish. How Kafkaesque. My forehead is hot. My brain must not be able to bear this pain. It burns like a sauna. I no longer care if this is compensation for using magecraft beyond me, or if this is the abnormality that Saber warned me about. But for some reason, I don't want to call to Saber for help. I don't want to worry her over something like this. I have to handle it myself. Alright, man. I don't know if this is a situation you can handle by yourself, but go off, freak. I desperately suppress every groan as I sweat profusely. The clock that I look over at absently is not even at midnight. It would be easier if I just go to sleep, but I'm sure this pain will wake me up even if I do so. I'm going into a daze. My consciousness is fading away. The pain should go away once the sun comes up. But until then, the fact that I have to bear this pain for 7 more hours is like a nightmare. Now it's nap time. Interlude. Oh, fun. Well, he made 2 blades. That's not unlimited, but we're getting there. Such a place was not pleasant. Frustration and delusion, envy and jealousy. This place, permeated with Stygian emotions, is cursed. It should have been his, yet it was never used for him.
人気臭いんだよここ
Oh, hi, Shinji. He clicks his tongue, but this is all his delusion. Why are you in an MC Escher painting, Shinji? A stranger's child spent a few years here and threatened the Mato lineage for the longest time. That's the only past he knows. His father never told him anything, but his grandfather let slip what happened here. His father did not choose him and thought of ending the Mato bloodline, but his grandfather wished for his lineage to continue. So he has no regard for his father, the one that brought him into being and taught him failure, while his grandfather brought him privilege and taught him superiority. Shinji laughs, wondering what his mother had given him. First of all, women are not needed in the Mato household. All right. He heard that his mother was a carrier, but she must have become useless after she gave birth. Capital C carrier. We're on that trad LARP, I see. Something of his mother probably remained in this room, but he has no intention of searching for such a thing. He does not even want to see the organism that gave birth to his inferior self. The basement is filled with decay. Strange insects cover the floor in the depths of the darkness. There should be no more nutrients to claim, but the insects still nest in this underground training area. No. From the beginning, this is not a place to raise humans, but a place to raise insects. Swarms with black wings can be glimpsed in the black. Even the shadows on the wall must be dark, slimy insects. In the midst of that, there is a man that gives off a golden shine, incongruous in this lowest of places.
なんだアーチャーここにいた
Oh, for fuck's sake, why did you give him Gilgamesh? I thought he was talking about Lancer earlier. The golden man, Archer, does not even look at the person who came down and just stares into the deep.
聞けよ
This is a match made in hell.
琴峰のやつ僕らの行動には目をつぶるってさ見どころがあるやつだって思ってたけど本当に使えるよなあいつ
Kiri really is just doing shit that he thinks is funny.
僕たちが何をやったってお咎めなしってことだろそれ
His voice is full of delight as he makes his way to Archer. Archer finally notices. The red eyes move.
いや別に文句を言いに来たわけじゃない君がどこで何を
I love that he's like, Shinji, you're really putting on the star scream right now, is the best way to describe this.
条件が広いからね
Good night, Kentrix. Shinji is overpowered by his red eyes, but he still approaches Archer. Even if Archer has an ominous presence, he is only a servant. Therefore, he maintains his arrogance. He shows deference, but still makes known who stands superior. Yeah, real Starscream vibes going on right now with you, Shinji. That's not a good sign.
ああ何でもじいさんには借りがあるんだって得体の知れない三流枚寿司が残るより
I don't know how to tell you this, Shinji, but he's playing you like a fucking violin.
そんなの当然じゃないか何を今更って気はするけどまあ人を見る
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
一応世話になったしさ聖杯を手に入れたら例の一つでもやろうかってしやんち
His joyful snicker echoes.
それじゃあ始めようかじゃあもう人目を気にする必要もないんだ手っ取り早く殺しまくってさじゃんじゃん魂を食べて強く
Oh my god.
そうしたら次はあいつらだ目障りなセイバーを
I don't see. Here's the thing. I don't think you and Gilgamesh's goals are congruent here, Shinji. He pats Archer on the shoulder. Archer watches his hand as if he's been touched by something unpleasant.
何ほら行くって言ってるんだよアーチャー どこの英雄だろうがサーバントってのはマスターの命令には絶対服従
Chat room, he is lacking some significant information. He must have imagined making Saber submit to him and having his friend crawl on the ground. He makes his orders with high spirits. Yeah, he's making that one face, but the golden man doesn't move.
シンジ、お前は聖杯というものを理解していない。
He calls his master by his name for the first time.
聖杯が欲しいのなら他のマスターが持っておけ。連中は所詮生贄に過ぎ、
Mm.
真に聖杯を手にするというのなら先に抑えておくべきものがある。
先に抑えておくべきも
The boy, Shinji Mato, looks at his servant timidly. His feet shuffle back unconsciously, and the hand that was on Archer's shoulder is no longer there.
まずはそれを手に入れ
Oh, not it. I don't know what it is, but it's never a good sign when characters in stories like this say we have to obtain it, or we'll use that.
普通の目的は聖杯だけだから。ま、お前の気持ちはわからんでもないが、復讐は気持ちがいい。快楽を求めるのは人の証だ。
It's so funny that Shinji seems to be blaming Shirou for everything, and I'm like, Shirou's not the guy who, like, took the neck off of your first servant here, buddy. Yet amused with himself, Archer's lips curl in a smile. Sensing something brutal in it, Shinji finally feels some uneasiness about this servant's identity. The eighth servant. The heroic spirit that should not exist. The king of heroes, the strongest of them all, a survivor of the previous Holy Grail War.
そういえば聞いてなかったね。
Shinji attempts to maintain his feeling of superiority.
なんだ、聞けば答えるぞ、マスター。
お前の望み、聖杯を手に入れたらさ、お前はどうしたいんだ、アーチャー。
It's a natural question. A half-immortal heroic spirit said to have owned all the treasures in the world. What could this man possibly desire now?
なんだ、そんなことも知らなかったのか。
Archer asks, surprised. He breaks into another smile from this new development.
我は豪勢なものを許す。装飾華美など最もめでるべきものだ。
Opulence.
余分なものに
Decadence and
与える意味
excess.
などない。
余分なもの。
昔の話なのだがな。10人の奴隷を選び、その中でいなくとも良いものを殺そうとしたことがある。
はあ、みんな奴隷なんだろう。なら全員殺したんじゃないの。
いやいや、それがな、一人も殺せなかった。いかな人数とはいえ、
I see.
無駄なものなどいなかったのだ。かつての世界に。
Workers of the world unite. Archer shrugs his shoulder at the irony and steps forward. Into the deep. He lifts his leg over the floor veiled in shadow.
だが、この世界には余分が溢れている。10人どころか、1000人という人間を選ぶ。
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Gilgamesh is trying to say with this.
人間など出てきまい。
There's not enough famine in the world today.
まったく、恐ろしく人間に優しい世界になったものだ。
Running water? That's too much luxury for you lowly humans.
わけわかんないな。結局何が欲しいんだよ、アーチャー。お前だって欲しいものがあるから、聖杯を手に入れようって言うんだろ。なら。
Archer doesn't answer. The golden man doesn't even turn to face the boy.
簡単な話だ。
His way of just saying might makes right. Yeah, he's a might makes right. He's a might makes right guy. He's a what's the fucking stupid phrase? Hard times make hard men. who make easy times, who make soft men or whatever. That's probably what he's saying, basically. He lowers his foot into the deep darkness. A crunching sound. Crushed insects dot the dark floor, and more still warm their corpses. Well, that was ominous. Does anybody else hear that ominous bell tolling? Let's save. I think this is a perfect place to stop for tonight, as we seem to enter a new stage of the Unlimited Blade Works. I figured Gilgamesh would have to show up eventually. I really thought Kirei was gonna give Shinji Lancer, because that would have been funny as fuck. But even funnier is to give him a guy who would hate him even more than Lancer. I think it's hilarious that Shinji just immediately like morphs into his like Gilgamesh's Starscream. I think that's pretty funny. But this was a good session. Gilgamesh hasn't taken his head off is amazing. Well, I think Gilgamesh probably sees some use in being like a more official part of the Holy Grail War or whatever. I'm sure Kirei has presented some sort of plan to him that he finds agreeable, so he's keeping it up for now. I'm sure Shinji's time will come though. This has been good. I actually quite enjoyed this session. I feel like we've had two pretty fun Fate Stay Night sessions back to back. So this has been enjoyable. I really enjoyed this part. I didn't expect Caster's whole deal to be what it is. Like, I didn't expect the Kazuki thing. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, I'm definitely enjoying this more at this point than I probably enjoyed the Fate route. Like, I enjoyed the Fate route overall. Like, I like Saber a lot. I think Saber is a great character. This one just allows itself to kind of get going a little faster. It doesn't have to do the info dump for like 3 times about how servants work to me. So it's actually allowed to do more things. So that's fun. But overall, I've been enjoying Unlimited Blade Works, I think, more as a little... I think it's better paced than the Fate route. That's all I have to say about this. I'm liking Caster's whole deal. I'm excited to see the fucking team up of the century with Shinji and Gilgamesh. Yeah, I'm excited to see where this goes. And I like having Archer around more too. I think Archer's a very entertaining guy. So that's what's up. As usual, Henchbuns, you can look forward to stream announcements and social. Raise the monitor, by the way. Raise the monitor. Raise the monitor. As usual, Henchbuns, you can look forward to stream announcements on socials and such. That's the wrong thing again. I always type the wrong command. And the best way to get stream updates and schedules is by joining the Discord. Yeah, this was a good session. I enjoyed it. With that said, why don't we find somebody to raid? Oh, this is a great opportunity. Gamma Chris is streaming Shadow Generations, which I really enjoyed. So let's go raid him. And look forward to more streams next week. I'll definitely be streaming Deltarune Chapter 5. I am extremely looking forward to that. So that's what I can guarantee for sure. And I will see you next time, Henchons. Nighty-night.